because my brain is fried.
Aren't we still missing Peeps?
Robbie's not coming.
Is Don Durgan also dead?
Contreras is off today, or is working today.
I see.
Yeah.
So no Don Durgan.
No Don Durgan.
Unfortunate.
Okay. Last time, we picked up, once again, at Delvi Ixnam, where we had just finished observing the, I'm going to say, display of Dawn and Pinegrove literally turning their entire digestive tract into a funnel for flame. The next morning, Elbrig, Nomad, and Tyrrell were summoned to the King and Queen's quarters, where they asked us to take the orb as with us and attempt to find the others, as they were unable to do so due to both their positions as King and Queen and their individual duties. And we were, due to our various abilities, particularly suited to seeking out and discovering as much as we could about these objects, especially considering that it's a race against the clock against a particular force of unknown enemies, the Slicks. The trio accepted and went off to gather their traveling companions. I believe Don Durgan fucking poofed.
That was literally towards the end, but yeah.
What was it while he was in the tavern?
Mm-hmm. He literally made the comment of, "Oh shit," and then.
We picked up Trinla, who requested to come with us, who had no idea what she was getting herself into, joining us on this adventure.
No idea at all.
After everybody gathered their things and Elbrig imbibed a significant amount of alcohol, and Misted said farewell to both her father figure and her tenure as a seeker for the Archive Vaester. We continued on our journey and made much haste through out of Delvi Ixnam, through Listelcrass, and through Ashstone. As we were approaching Great Plain Village, however, we encountered a tavern, which I believe Trinla, who had been through these parts, said she had never seen before. We entered, some of us with more trepidation than others, upon where Nomad found Galzik, his previous traveling companion, a blue dragonborn feller, and Misted discovered some things about her past, thanks to the openness and friendliness of the owner of the establishment. We ended session having each found a room for ourselves and resting up before heading back out the next day.
Indeed. The particulars of it was that Misted realized that this particular individual, Yiri, who is a young-looking male Drider, seemed to know her parents rather closely. Knew them. In fact, he even produced several drawings that Misted's mother had made and had gifted to him. One of which included a self-portrait of herself, her spouse, being Storm, and a very young, very fluffy Misted. And also, you all learned that this inn or tavern, as it might be, seems to, at times, travel from one place to another whenever there seems to be danger abound or something, or the tavern or those within are in danger. It seems the tavern then can teleport to a new, safer location. Gave Misted a token, which is a small silver token that, and told her that if she so needed to while she's in danger, uh, to grab a hold of it, say Yuri's name, and that her and 8 other people of her choice that are willing, that is of willing, sorry, my brain is malfunctioning a little bit, 8 others that are willing will be instantly teleported back to the safety of the inn. And the morning finds you all well rested, well fed, plenty of drink, and the morning is yours. What are you doing?
Well, Misted is going to meander down because Misted, of course, needs to have her murk and her fish. As you know, cat things.
Indeed.
Nomad would. I believe Nomad and Tyrell once again decided to bunk together.
Mm-hmm.
Just, you know, it's sort of a tradition now.
They're cuddle
So
buddies.
Nomad would head downstairs at the same time as Tyrell.
All right. And Elbrig? Oh no, Quinn's dead.
I'm not on push to talk. I mean, I'm not on push to talk. Sorry. Um. So it's morning time. We came out of heaven. Learned what I did learn last time. Hmm. Hard to tell myself what I want to do. I need to think. Edward's gonna come down, probably eat breakfast, and just kind of think to himself right now while he fiddles with the scale from Mila. But yeah, for now, just quietly at breakfast.
All right. And as you all come down, you see that there is an assortment of foods laid out. There are breads and various cheeses, various breakfast meats, sausages, and the like that have already been cooked and prepared. A rather large quantity of this. Uh, of course, there's already Misted's particular, very creamy milk has already been prepared and is awaiting her.
Yes.
And yeah, it seems that food has been prepared, including some vegetarian choices. And you do, in fact, see Yuri still there behind the bar. His 8 legs just skittering from side to side as he seems to be continuing to prepare more food and more stuff.
Beep beep.
Edward would say, as he's playing me with scale, and he sees the bartender and the 8 legs and everything, you just give it. Do you know magic? Any at all?
You're referring to Yuri. Yuri kind of stops what he's doing for a moment, looks over, and Well, it's not my strongest forte, but I know some very basic spells.
If you don't mind me asking, what type of spells do you know, basic or otherwise?
And you see him just snap his fingers, and three orbs of light begin to rise around his hand.
I know this one's popular.
Mm,
Dancing Lights, I believe it's called.
mm, yeah. He said it's not much, but it helps when the lights go out.
For sure. Lights quite important in those places. And these are probably perfect for those who have sensitive eyes, because they are quite dim, not too bright.
Indeed. Ah, what can I get for you?
Actually, you know what? I haven't asked, but do you have any magical drinks at all?
Are you referring to?
Alcoholic or otherwise?
Ah, well, I have some, but it would take me quite some time to prepare them.
I look around. Does anyone? I know we're sort of, kind of in a hurry. Not really, but do my other companions look like they're rushing at all, or
You notice
Mm,
that Trenla seems to have come downstairs and immediately went outside.
that's one rush person? Okay. What about everybody else?
Misted's not in any particular rush. She is having a good time going num nums.
And you see Yuri just kind of nodding. Very well. Anything in particular you were looking for?
I have no particular, so just one random really. I think I think somewhere where we were, someone got something lets you belch fire, but again, I'm not looking for anything particular. Just
Ah,
asking you.
Dragon's Fire. We have some of that, but I think I have something a little bit more special. Give me just a moment. And you see him skitter off behind the bar.
Skeeter Ritter.
And a few minutes pass. You can see him return with what looks to be a medium-sized glass with some kind of almost glowing bluish red liquid. And he places it on the
Like
table in front of you.
separately blue or shredded?
They seem to mix and then disperse from each other, and then mix and disperse from each other.
So it does turn purple and then come
Hmm.
back, or they just swirl around each other.
It seems to mix together to form this almost purplish color, and then splits off into red and blue again.
Oh, okay, that's what I was what is that?
Well, it's quite an experience, I've been told. It doesn't seem to affect those like me, though, sadly. Would you like to try it?
Yes, I would. You know what? Let's go for it. Discovered alcohol, even though I knew about it, so might as well go for the full throttle. Let's go.
All right. So you just drink it.
I mean, I give it a sip first. I'm not gonna down it all at once and do alcohol. It's possibly meant to. Give it a sip, see what it tastes like.
It's a little bit bitter, but has a very like cooling after effect, almost minty. And as you take a little sip of it, you feel tingly.
Well, I mean, I feel good. Might as well start to sort of. I'm not gonna chug it, but I'll begin to gulp it down.
And so you start drinking it, So who all is downstairs with Elbrick?
Nomad would probably be at a table reading.
Tira will be down at the bar.
All right. So as Elbrig is, going about and drinking this, a very strange phenomenon happens to him where there's a few moments there where you see him kind of stretch and grow a little bit bigger.
Oh,
And then after a few moments, he seems to return to his normal size and then shrink a little bit. And then return to his normal size and then grow again. You are drinking a cocktail of enlarge and reduce.
most excellent. Wee 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 wee.
And it is not an unpleasant sensation as you grow and shrink and grow and shrink. It's slightly dizzying, but in like that pleasantly lightheaded kind of sense. Like it is certainly an experience. But as you continue to drink it, and you grow for about a foot, and then you shrink back down to your normal size, and then you shrink down by about another foot, and then you grow back to your normal size. And this continues on until you finish the glass, and then for probably about a minute afterwards.
So let's ask people. Is it just like a minor growth, or am I actually doubling in size?
Uh, it's almost like you are being like a taffy pull. You just stretch for about another foot taller, and then you slowly shrink back down to your regular size, and then you shrink down by about a foot, and then you grow back to your regular size again, then back taller by another foot,
Ooh,
and it just
this
keeps
is
going over and over again.
so like this one would actually get Elbrig. Normally, his display of joy is a small upturn and like the left of his lip, kind of like a small smirk almost. This one might actually get a full blown smile out of Elbrig as he shrinks and grows and shrinks and grows. And you just look at the bartender. And this is fantastic.
And you see Yuri just chuckle and nod. And, unfortunately, it does not seem to work on me. Although, again, I've heard it is a wonderful experience.
Yes, yes, it is. How much of this stuff do you have?
Well, I have probably enough to make 2 more drinks.
Hmm. Yeah. I need an entire flask of this stuff.
Just the rest of the entire campaign, just the perpetually growing and shrinking halfling.
That'd be funny.
Would be wonderful. But
You know
unfortunately,
what?
it's finite resources.
That is true.
It's sad.
Is is this modeled after anything?
That is what?
Is this modeled after anything? Where did you get the idea to make this drink?
And you're addressing Yuri, and Yuri just smiles, and I've a bit of experience with brewing, alchemy, and potion crafting. Some things just came naturally to me, and other things were odd suggestions that I figured perhaps I could give it a try. And that imbibe was one such thing. It's great fun at parties.
I would, I would assume
Great
so.
fun.
So your experience with potions and alchemy, you said that's pretty
Indeed.
cool.
And herbalism, anything you can consume, I can probably make it.
Here's a question for someone who knows almost nothing about alchemy besides that it can produce potions and the like. From what I understand, normally potion effects, if they're not like healing ones, are I believe temporary. Are there potions that give permanent effects?
Well, I believe that would be more along the lines of something similar to a disease, but for the most part, a potion is a temporary effect. It can be for a longer duration if it is a more potent brew, but for the most part, potions are meant to be temporary.
I see.
Now, if you are wondering about a disease, well, that could
I
become
mean,
permanent.
but there are no helpful diseases out there. All the this disease, I mean, even the word is kind of negative. So.
True, but then again, sometimes a disease is just what you might need at the time.
Maybe.
And you see him kind of reach around to the side, and I'm so glad Contreras is not here for this. You see him reach around to the side underneath the bar, and pulls out a locked chest, and slowly unlocks it, opens, and you see several vials of black and red liquid, such as diseases such as this, which I apologize are not for sale. These are strictly for research and to develop antidotes. But these, and pulls out one of the vials, is a plague upon many civilizations. It is lycanthropy.
I've recently met someone who has control over that type of disease.
You see him just kind of think for a moment. Yes, it is possible. They must be very skilled.
Yeah, it was crazy. This whole kind of halfway transformation.
Oh, that's quite impressive. Hybrid, you say?
Yeah, just kind of like took off his arm. We were telling me the entire story.
Tell him the story of Ilicus. And he listens and nods and puts the vial back. And you see him just kind of look around the tavern. Sometimes my patrons require some healing of various things, and I provide the means to do so. And we also have an emotions over towards the side underneath the stairs that leads up to the other floors. You see that there's looks to be like a smallish like cabin like entrance that is draped in white and gold cloth and bears the mark of Etstia above the door. Because we do have, in fact, some members of the temple here that also assist in healing and caring for any injuries that our patrons may return with.
Hmm.
And he
Yeah,
motions towards the vials, and recently we had one such individual who was afflicted with this terrible disease, and I found a way to help them.
I mean, wait, wait. Yeah, because as far as I know, I don't know my flying grip is not that great. So I was so surprised. Um, oh yeah, I'm gonna stop bugging you for breakfast.
So, anything else?
Wait, one more question. I, I forget if I asked you this last night. I've been like on a Too-Late dog, almost like a Too-Late long bender right now. So forgive me if I'm in something great. Did we talk about the undead?
Ah, yes. Where you are going is to Bleakmore, correct? In the Deep Mire.
Uh-huh.
Yes, they seem to be having an issue with the undead there, as I said last night, but I don't mind reiterating. Uh, the dead there seem to have been risen probably a few months back. Yeah, probably a few months back. And they don't seem aggressive or hostile. In fact, they seem to be in a trance of some kind, and simply wander the swamps and the bogs looking for something and then returning somewhere. But no one has ever been able to follow them to find where they go.
Nomad overhears this, having heard him explain this previously, and kind of just glances at Tyrrell meaningfully.
Tyrrell just kind of gives you a look, like it's too early for me to understand this, but just
Longingly.
nods. Yeah, just they're gonna write the best smut to ever exist about us.
Mm-hmm.
And the ropes.
Yeah.
Does he say that?
No.
No, but
Okay.
we all know Guru
No, he's currently
Shimmershell's gonna
just looking.
pen a book about you two.
No, he's currently just looking at you. One of those, it's too early for this looks.
Nomad would kind of just take a moment to read that and then lean in and say, they may but not be undead in the sense that the people of this world generally refer to them as.
Yeah, I've been contemplating that, and I don't like how that fares.
That would nod and say, let's finish up here and get back on the road.
I agree.
At that, Nomad would stand, put his stuff away, and then walk over to the bar.
Okay.
Is Galzix around?
Galzik seems to still kind of be in his room, but you can hear the sound of like bags shuffling from where you remember him going.
Nomad would approach Yuri and say, "Thank you for the accommodations," and then would sort of like pause for a moment and say, "How much should we pay for the rooms?"
And you see Yeri just stop for a moment, look at Misted. Don't worry about it. As I said, my home is a very strange place. No matter how many people walk through that door, there's always room for someone more.
Nomad would nod and say, "Thank you," and then would probably go outside to check on the cart.
Okay.
Tyrrell would also go up to the bar,
Okay.
or closer to, and ask the barkeep if he can get some of the drink he gave him the night before.
Blood wine.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
And you see him reach out the same spot, pull out that same, and just pour a drink, and slides it over to you.
If Nomad overhears this before he leaves, he's just going to turn and say, "Don't incapacitate yourself this early, please."
trust me, this is not as strong as the dragon's fire.
Yeah,
I
and
think.
it's still just as good.
Nomad would shake his head and turn to go to the cart.
Misted.
Misted is going to get up, do a heckin' stretchums, and want to go meander outside. Get a better look at the tavern from the outside in the daylight.
Okay. And as you go to leave, you do actually see Galsik coming downstairs. The rather large blue dragonborn just kind of thump, 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 thump down the steps. And you see him walk up to the bar, says something to Yuri, kind of under his breath, and Yuri nods and reaches over and pulls out what looks to be a small roll of paper and hands it to Galzik. And he thanks him and begins to head outside. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the sake of narrative, Pine Grove is also going to join you all outside.
Oh no.
It would have been even better if you said that in a complete monotone. Shall I?
Nah, it's good.
Okay.
So Elbrig, what are you doing?
I mean, if everyone's taking a trip outside, I'll look at my empty glass, kind of forlornly, but leave leave the wonderful drink I just found alone, and bid our bartender friend adieu. Goodbye. We hope we see you again. And
I'll be right
join
back.
my party outside.
All right, and you see it as you turn to leave. Yuri just a moment, please. And you see him turn around and shuffle through what sounds to be some kinds of paper, and he pulls out another different rolled up piece of paper, and perhaps this might be of use to you. I don't travel too often. Well, at least I don't leave the safety of the tavern. For, and motions to his body, more obvious reasons. But perhaps it'll serve you better, and hands the paper over.
What is on the paper?
All right, as you take the paper and you unroll it and open it up, it looks to be classifications of different trees, plants, herbs, and various kinds of natural wildlife found in the deep mire.
Oh,
What did I miss?
I appreciate that very much. So,
And next to some of them are notes of like natural effects, such as natural remedy against particular insect bites that might cause fever and vomiting. Other ones that might cause blistering and so on and so forth, and just the natural remedies of each one. And you see him nod and thank you for your patronage. Be safe out there. I'll see you all soon.
will do. Goodbye.
All right. You all have headed outside, and as you step outside and you kind of look at it, yeah, it's a really nice structure. It is very well built. The Emerald Shield Rats icon is still above the door. You are still very much in the same place that you had left off when you first went in. And yeah, it looks like a regular building. To answer Misted's question.
Okay.
And as you go outside, you guys do notice something a little bit odd. You see Trenla is kind of like crouched on the ground and is like seems to be staring at what looks to be a flowering bush.
Uh, I'm gonna look at my paper and then look at Trenla and be like, what you looking at?
And you see her just kind of, just a moment. She seems to be having a conversation with it.
Kind of look dumbfounded at that. And then I remember that she's a druid. It's like, never mind. As weird as I thought.
And a few moments pass, and you see her, gently kind of pat the ground near it and then stand up. It's always polite to let them know we'll be traveling through their land.
But why the plant?
Do you want to piss off the plants?
I mean, no.
It's polite.
Okay.
And then she's already begun to put her stuff away and packed into the wagon. Yeah, so what are you all doing?
Well,
Is Galzik here?
Yes, Galzik is there.
Nomad would greet him and say, I see you've gathered your things. Are you ready for the journey?
Indeed. And, thanks to Yuri, I know exactly what it is I'm looking for now. And he holds up a rolled up piece of paper.
Nomad would nod and say, very good. And then would kind of glance around at the party and say, shall we depart?
Misted's gonna hold her little silver pendant. Look happily back at the little tavern. And then walk towards the cart. And yeah, it's time to go.
All right. So, who's going to be driving? The same as
Well.
before, or?
Tyrrell votes to keep it the same as before.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know.
All right, so it would be
Trinla is
Trinla
our
and
navigator,
Misted.
right?
And onward and upward we go.
Yeah, Trinla's the one that knows the safest route, typically. Yeah, so Trinla and Misted driving, everyone else in the wagon.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And as you get on your way, do you want to make two separate perception rolls, or for you to roll with advantage? Misted.
Let's roll with advantage.
All right, go ahead and roll a perception check with advantage. This is just for the journey.
For the journey.
Yeah, into from where you are to Great Plain.
What did that land on? A 3.
Mm-hmm. All right, duly
Excellent.
noted.
Misted is far too enamored with her new pendant, and she simply cannot pay attention to the road.
Indeed. But yeah. So you all depart, and after about it's probably about 8 o'clock in the morning at this time. And I'd say probably about another 2 hours, 3 hours of generally good pace of travel. The lot of you make it into what Trinla states as Great Plain Village. And as you roll into this, it is a very, very small village. There is maybe at most 15 structures here. Like at most. It is very small, and a lot of them seem to be in rather decent shape, but nothing of very much like waste not, want not very much.
Just to get this out of the way, we're not getting silver scale vibes, are we?
No, not at all.
Okay, good.
But as you walk through, or you begin to ride through, there's already several groups of people going about their day. Some people are preparing what looks to be seed for the coming planting season. Others are bringing horses and other beasts of burden around to begin their daily tasks. You see a few people working on some carpentry, building up things that look to be like repairing carts and wagons, or barrels and things to just contain like food and supplies in. And though your group is largely ignored, as colorful as you are, you do get a few odd stares, mainly from the local elderly and small children, along with the hushed giggles and whispers of the small children. But most people here just seem to be going about their day, preparing for the coming crop season and for the day's work. Yeah, you don't really get any malicious vibes or like dark intent, but there is a certain looming sense of not really disappointment, but just kind of apathy. Like just not really like permeating the space, but it feels like a little bit dark and a little bit downtrodden.
Hmm.
I mean, they are just simple farming folk. They probably don't care about anything other than their crops and stuff.
That's fair.
And as you all are kind of going through and having been through Silver Scale and kind of checking the vibe on this place, Trenla just kind of leans back, and they're hardworking people and farmers, builders, crafters. They're very good with their hands, and everyone here, this whole town, has a resting bitch face.
Oh, resting bitch face.
Mm. And from what I've heard of rumors from my last excursion through here, they about 2 years ago, one of the farmers of this area suddenly came into a great deal of wealth and took it upon themselves to build a castle further up the way, and has established themselves, claiming themselves the Lord of the Grey Plains, much to the village's disagreement. And, well, to be honest, they view it as an eyesore and an insult. But they are hardworking people. They will cause you no trouble if you cause them none in yourself.
No, Nomad would kind of just like think about this for a few moments and then ask, "What is a resting bitch face?"
Oh, yeah.
And for a moment, she thinks on it for a second, turns around, and it's not really something I can describe. Just a face or an appearance of very much unapproachable.
So Nomad,
Yes,
you know Tyril's face?
I am acquainted.
You know how he always looks like he's got a stick up his bum? It's that.
Nomad kind of just looks at Tyrell and then like slowly like leans over to try and look behind him.
All you'll see is his tail, but
Pulls the stick bullet.
Nomad decides not to pull it.
Damn.
Tyrell at this very moment is in fact embodying the bitch face stare.
mm-hmm.
Just watching.
And you see Galzik just look between the two of you and just start chuckling. So this is what
Perception.
I've been missing. It's good to have friends around. So, what are you all doing? Are you gonna continue on, or
Really
Well,
much reason to stop in a farming village as far as Nomad's concerned.
yeah, I mean, unless, like, wouldn't see anything that inherently draws our attention, right? Or at least Misted definitely doesn't.
I mean, fair.
She kind of doesn't have eyeballs.
Incorrect. Nomad doesn't have eyeballs.
Listen, we can't explain why that man has a screen for a face, all right?
I can.
Alright. So you guys are just gonna continue on through?
That would be a yes for Misted. I don't know about the rest of the party.
Unless there is a big supply of catnip that we can distract her with, I think we continue.
Well, first of all, I feel like that wouldn't be too terribly hard to find.
For who?
Well, me, obviously. I can smell it.
Alright. So as you head to the northeast of town or the village and continue on your way out, you begin your long road to the Deep Mire, to Bleakmore, which, from Trenla's explanation, they didn't have horses as strong or fast as these, whenever they had to go on this journey. And for them, it took them 5 days from Grey Plain to reach Bleakmore. With these, she estimates they could probably do it in maybe 3.
That's because My Little Pony is the best pony.
They're not little.
Shh.
They are quite large.
They're also not yours.
They are also not yours.
Why you always busting my bubbles, man?
Because the bubbles you make for yourself are the bubbles of unhealthy optimism.
I'm just saying, I was optimistic about the last place we stopped, and it was a wonderful stop. My optimism is not unfounded.
All right. So for this next portion, again, do you want to roll separate or roll with advantage?
I want to roll with advantage, but let me roll 2 random rolls first. Ignore them. If they're bad, they're bad. If they're good, oh well.
RNG doesn't work the way you think it does.
Oh, I know it doesn't. Okay. Now ignore those fellas. Alright. Do a roll with advantage. Alright, 23. And a 21. So 23. Misted is finally paying attention.
Mm-hmm. All right. And as you all continue along this route with Trenla kind of guiding where to go and particular spots to kind of steer around, Misted's actually able to keep track of these call outs and is able to actually steer the wagon around some rather nasty like potholes and just dips in the road and rough rocks, and it's actually pretty decent. But as the day continues on, you start to notice that the common gray and blue skies of Grey Plain and the Ashen Wake and Silavour have now given way to a more dark gray and a looming sense of perpetual almost night. as you begin to make your way into the deep mire.
I'm gonna bring it back. I need to pee.
All right.
I would say welcome to the jungle, baby, but it's a swamp.
Oh.
It's not even a swamp, it's a bog.
I gotta ask, Daniel, what are you doing in the swamp? I can't say it's my swamp, because the last time I said something was mine, I was told it wasn't.
What am I doing in the swamp? Well, first of all, I'm keeping an eye out for Shrek, because I don't want him coming up and sticking an onion in my ass.
Listen, I'm just saying, it's a nice boulder.
Anyways, that
Next.
aside, as you all continue to travel through, you do notice that there are some rather fresh tracks misted going the opposite direction. So possibly within the last day and a half,
Now,
maybe
when
two.
you say tracks, are you referring to very plainly the tracks of somebody traveling with a wagon? Very plainly, like trails left
It
behind
looks
by
like
horses?
horse wagon and carts,
Okay.
and they are very deep grooves, meaning that there is a lot of weight or just a lot of them. But it seems to be going the opposite direction of where you all are heading.
Misted's going to point this out and just kind of speculate out loud. So it looks like somebody was trying to get the hell out of there. Is
What do you mean? Get the hell out of work?
Misted is going to point out the ruts in the road and speculate out loud that it looks like to Misted would assume that there were a lot of wagons, not that one wagon was particularly heavy. So that's what she's going to tell the group, is that it looks like there were a lot of wagons traveling the same direction, which is away from the deep mire.
You see, trying to think on it for a moment. And, well, merchant caravans and traders, perhaps.
Quite possibly.
Possibly. And as the evening takes hold, it is almost pitch black. You can very particularly hear the buzzing and croaking of the various creatures of the deep mire, but not quite as deep in yet to start getting the larger of the local wildlife. But she decides that this would be best to stop here for the night.
I went to get chips. What did I miss?
It has come to be nightfall, and it is very, very much dark. And Trina suggests pulling off to stop for the night.
Yes. Darkness.
Misted's going to take her word for it and very carefully hop down off the cart. And yeah, start looking for a nice place to be sleeping out under the non-existent stars.
How damp is it?
It's kind of moist.
We're in a boggity woggity.
Ooh. Well, good thing Nomad doesn't have to lie down. Nomad would probably find a stump or stone to sit on for the evening.
But as you all are going about, you see Trunla hasn't gotten out her bedroll or anything else. Instead, you see her walk over to what looks to be a rather decently sized tree, and then you see her shift into the form of what looks to be a very long, very large snake. And
You little snot.
winds her way up into the tree, finds a nice little resting position, and then changes back.
Misted is going to look for a comfy log to just kind of sprawl out on.
Could climb a tree.
You could climb a
Misted
tree.
is not. Mr. does not want to climb a tree because, let's be honest, it is coated in moss, it is slippery, it is pitch fucking black, and Mister's gonna look like a total dumbass when she fails.
You have a climbing speed of 30 feet.
Yes, you cannot fail to climb something unless it is unless it's like sheer ice or cliff. If it is something you can reasonably find like
So let me
grasp
clar-
on, you can climb it.
let me clarify. I don't mean that me, the player, is concerned that Misted would not be able to climb the tree. I'm saying Misted, the character, would be concerned about looking like a dumbass by not being able to climb the tree. So Misted, the character, would be looking for a comfortable log to sprawl out on.
Okay. Who's going to be keeping watch aside from Nomad?
Well, Misted has
Over,
the. Oh, did you volunteer?
Ulbrich and Samson would stay up for a bit. Like, he'll keep watching.
All right, so that
Just
would be
kind of playing fetch with Ulbrich. Samson, I mean.
all right,
So
that would be
before we just
first watch.
before we completely glass over this, I assume it is not too damp to have a small little fire.
No, it is not.
Would anybody care for small little fire? I know Nomad would
Most
not care
appreciated.
for it. You what, Elmer?
Ulbrich's totally not small fire. Totally.
Nomad actually has a journal out and is writing in it, despite it being super dark.
Mm. You see, Galls are just. I could do with a fire.
Well, Misted is going to gather up some of the woods.
Okay.
You know, the least damp thing she can find.
Tyrrell.
Yes.
What say you?
I don't mind a fire.
All right. Who will be taking second watch?
Misted's good on second.
All right. As this would be the time frame, I believe, where Nomad would be resting.
Well, Nomad can keep watch while he's resting, in one direction.
In one direction. And who would be taking third watch?
Hey, Tiro, that you?
Yep, I'll take third.
All right. So Elbrig and Nomad, if you would like, you can roll separately for your perception checks, or one of you can roll with advantage.
All right, what's your modifier?
You're not gonna give me credit. Okay. I'm not good on projecting. You should probably do this with that.
Individually, then. 18.
All right. And Elbrig,
Shouldn't I give him advantage? Can't you give him advantage?
did you want to give him advantage on the roll?
Yes. Yes. I guess I wasn't heard. I said you should probably do this with advantage.
All right.
18 it is.
18 it is. The first few hours of the night seem to pass by relatively uneventfully. There's the occasional frog hopping onto somebody and spooking them, along with the slight sounds of shifting for the tree as Trinla repositions and gets comfortable again.
So literally, a frog hops on somebody and does the thing that I posted in memes.
Yes.
Perfection.
Specifically, it hops on Pine Grove,
Most excellent.
which then becomes a very much airborne frog. But aside from that, it's just maybe some turtles rolling about, the occasional bug. But yeah, aside from that, your first watch goes by relatively well. And as Elbrig finds sleep, Misted.
Actually,
Oh,
he's actually gonna stay up another 2 hours, move away from the camp, just maybe 10 feet or something, and is gonna go back to practicing his magic. Right. None of the stuff that's gonna bring out loud noise or anything. Getting the feel for his different types of magic. So just
okay.
minor noises. And he's actually experimenting with Mila's scale, because she did say something about it being helpful. So he's gonna see if like holding it does anything while he does it, or any feeling he gets from it, all that stuff.
And it seems he does. While he's holding it, it seems to affect his spell casting. But, alright. Anything else?
Yeah, he spends that second watch doing that, and after that goes to sleep.
Alright. Misted. Would you like to roll with advantage or roll separately with Nomad?
You want to do separate, Nomad?
Sure.
Wow. 12
Twinsies.
and 12.
Aren't we a pair?
Twinsies.
I'm so proud of you two. It's beautiful.
Honestly.
Yeah, as the second watch begins, not much else really comes to pass. Again, there's the occasional bug flying through, hitting the fire and exploding.
Oh, very nice.
Indeed. So you hear the distinct. You hear the croaking of toads and frogs in the distance, the slight splashing of what appears to be turtles, sloshing their way about, trying to burrow into their homes.
I fucking love Twiddle.
Mm-hmm. I bet you do.
Well, since Misted has a buddy on watch, Misted will in fact have the doodle book out. You know, doodle and bogs.
Doodle and bogs.
For some strange reason, she seems to have sketched out what resembles an ogre fisting an onion up Nomad's ass.
He doesn't even have one.
I don't
I know,
even have those.
I know. She gave you a dummy thick ass in the sketch, though.
Dummy thick. All right.
So you're saying you gave him buns of steel?
Indeed.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else between you two?
Wait, hold up. He actually has buns of steel. Didn't he get a steel armor upgrade?
Yes,
Yeah,
he
man.
has steel armor now. But your watch comes to an end, and nothing particularly out of the usual catches your eye.
Just happy toidles in the swamp.
Sure. And that brings us to third watch with Tyrol. Would you like to roll separate or with advantage with Nomad?
Nomad, what's your thing?
+3.
So is mine. So I guess it doesn't really matter.
Separate.
Roll separate.
Oh god, I hope you roll good. Thank God.
Okay. So Nomad seems to just kind of like zonk out for a time. And it seems that rock is really comfy.
Super comfy.
Super comfy.
He's trying to decipher the drawing that
Misted
Misted made.
Meanwhile, Tyrell's over there mumbling something about him not having nerve endings in his ass.
No, actually, Tyrell, you notice that the sound of the splashing from the water isn't a turtle.
Oh?
It sounds a bit bigger.
Can't you just let Misted be happy about the turtles?
Okay.
But it does seem to be, from the sound of it, moving away from you.
Okay.
But it does
Tyrrell
seem to
just
have
keep
been something much bigger.
Than a turtle.
Much bigger than a turtle.
Hmm.
And as you're kind of pacing about and watching and keeping an eye out, you start to notice that those tracks that had been seen by Misted on the way in are also present here, still going away from Bleakmore. And yeah, you looking a little bit more closely at it, you notice that there are several different distinct wagon wheel lines, meaning that it was indeed multiple of these carts or wagons, what have yous.
Mhm.
But you also do notice that the strut of the horses did not seem to be energetic. They seemed to be rather medium pace, like nothing in a hurry.
Yeah.
And you are looking around, and you notice that Trenla is still up in her tree, but is clearly not asleep. And Galzik has fully fallen asleep by the fire, the tail curled up around him.
Mhm.
Pine Grove is fast asleep and now has a toad on his forehead.
Oh, most excellent.
Indeed.
Hmm.
And does not seem to notice it. And yeah.
Listen, I'm just saying the forehead was begging to have a toad on it.
Mhm.
But aside from that, you don't really notice anything particularly out of the ordinary.
All right.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. So anything else, or
Nope. That will end it for me. That's good.
all right? And as the morning comes and you begin to arise and awaken and gather up your stuff to set up on your journey, once again you see Trinla has descended from the tree and has once again begun to speak to some of the plants. And so the morning is yours. What all are you doing?
Well, first things first, Misted is definitely going to be looking herself over because we got to make sure that we did not pick up any little critters in our nappy time.
Make an investigation check.
Seconds.
Let's say Tyrrell is gonna go down to the area where he heard the creature moving around and just see if it left any sort of tracks that would be noticeable.
Do I have critters?
Make an investigation check as well for Tyrrell. As you kind of search yourself over, no, you don't seem to have anything.
No critters.
Uh, so looking about, you do notice that there are some tracks and what looks to be drag marks. Uh,
Hmm.
roll a would it be survival or nature? I think it would be
If
nature.
it's yeah,
Go ahead and give me a nature check. Whatever it was, it had clawed toes and a big body.
Oh, the creature, the thing that got dragged off.
The whatever it was, this looks like it might have been the same creature. Might have been two.
Okay.
Could have been three.
It was
Huh?
Tank the Tank.
Hmm.
no,
Searching
no,
for his
no. It was
propane.
clearly three. It was clearly three turtles in a trench coat.
Turtles.
That's
Do
why they
not
dragged.
do not do the three in a trench coat meme. They already did that in Icewind Dale.
It's too late. It's three turtles now.
Three kobolds in a trench coat.
There is literally three kobolds in a trench coat,
Oh, I know.
canonically inside the Forgotten Realms.
I know. I got you. But it's too late.
All right. So, anything else for anyone?
Um,
Well,
go ahead.
I'm trying to see if any of those plants are around that I got food from.
You trying to find if there's any of the plants around?
I swear I thought you said plasma rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what he's looking for.
As
Oh,
you're
plasma rifle.
going through your, I'm guessing you're looking at the paper and kind of like looking around. Yeah, you see a bunch
Mm-hmm.
of these the trees and plants that match. One of which looks to be a it's almost like a bluish green vine of a plant with a small yellow bloom on it, which is called maiden's hair, as a as opposed to or according to what Yuri had given you, it's called maiden's hair. And the medicinal property of this is that when ground up into a powder and added into a mixture for like say a healing potion, it seems to also have a how do I put this? It's sort of like an anesthetic.
That I mean,
So it will, when mixed with things of a like healing property or like a healing potion or something that could be mixed in for a to regain your health or your vitality, it also acts as an anesthetic to knock you out and can be added into other things as well, but it's less powerful, it seems, as an anesthetic in those senses, but can still get the job done.
Gotcha. I have supernatural roofies.
Yeah. Did you want to collect some of it then?
Yeah. With being my inspiration. As we travel, just point this out and everything. Elber's gonna start collecting plants whenever we take a rest or anything like that, and begin to see if he can try his hand at uh, alchemy and herbalism eventually. Yeah, for now he's just gonna stockpile anything that seems to be familiar on the plant's part that is helpful.
All right. Uh, Noticing Elbrig kind of like staring at this plant, you see Trinla has finished a conversation and has walked over. And do you see something interesting?
Yeah, I show her the paper and everything, and like I think I want to try my hand at maybe being an alchemist or so. There's only so much uh, mental energy I can spend a single day before I can no longer cast my spells. If I have something else to fall back on that isn't, martial prowess, I'd feel more useful. So I think I'm gonna take up the cause here. Do, do you know anything about alchemy?
And you see
Or
her
I mean, yeah.
lean in and about alchemy, no. About plants, yes. I know a lot about plants. And you see her very gingerly like grab a hold of this yellow blossom and gently pluck it off the vine. And this would be what your paper refers to. It is the flower itself, not the vine. And she
Oh,
hands it over to you.
wonderful. I'm gonna grab that and I believe I have. Let's check my inventory.
And she makes a little note of maiden's hair seems to bloom throughout the year. So whenever you find one, if it's not in bloom, it might be soon.
Yeah, yeah.
And she stands up and goes on her way.
um, by the time Misted has finished 100% combing through the fluff and making sure we have not picked any stragglers, Misted is going to holler and ask, "Who's hungry?"
Uh, I'm gonna guess you have an answer.
Well, Misted's definitely hungry.
Well, it's a good thing you got rations, huh?
I mean, yeah. However, we are in an area with water.
You're in a swamp.
You mean to tell me I can't find a catfish in here or something catfish adjacent?
You can certainly try.
Well, Misted's gonna try. She's gonna meander her happy ass to the nearest body of water that is, at least more than knee deep.
She
There.
starts heading off in the direction of
Yep.
Yep, Tyrrell's gonna stop her and tell her not a good idea.
Is Tyrell gonna point out the reason it's not a good idea?
I don't know. Are we certainly there? Or are we back at the camp? Are you still leaving, or did you come towards where I was?
I came towards where you were.
Yeah, and then I pointed out to you.
Misted's gonna want to look at the drag mark.
Okay.
We said that was nature.
Yeah. That's a giant ass crocodile.
Misted's just gonna very calmly, quietly turn around, grab my man Tyrell by the shoulder, right? All buddy. Hey Tyrell,
Yeah.
when did you find that?
Well, I heard it last night, but I checked the tracks this morning.
Okay. That might have been important. Can I get a rough estimate of how big this thing may have been based on the drag marks?
So checking out the drag marks and looking at like the claw movements and whatnot in the mud. It seems to have 6 legs.
Okay.
And is probably about 2 feet wide. And probably about a good 10 and a half feet long.
Cute. So Tyrell,
Shadow Realm, I'm sending you to Tampa, Florida.
pretty much. So Tyrell, I want you to know that the next time you think that you hear something, and then you investigate, and you find something like this, perhaps you should be concerned that there is a literal apex predator like 10 feet from where we're sleeping.
Well, it happened towards the later of the night. Didn't you also hear it during your rest?
I heard turtles, my guy.
I don't think you heard turtles then.
Might have heard him eating turtles.
No, I think you mistook him for a turtle.
They
Yeah.
can move rather quietly.
Indeed.
But in the scheme
Does
of
Nomad
consequence,
overhear this interaction?
Well, Misted literally shouted the part about apex predator 10 feet from where we were sleeping, so you at least heard that.
yeah.
Nomad
And
would
then
have probably
Tyrrell's
been
gonna-
like packing his stuff away and getting ready to get back in the car. And it's like he hears this going on. He would walk up and say, "What's going on?"
Misted is going to gesture to the marks and explain that this is definitely a crocodile or crocodile adjacent. Well, I'm assuming, are we just sticking with the term crocodile? I don't know if
mean,
that was.
it has a name, but you've never encountered something like this before. You recognize the size and shape, but you've
It's a
never actually
crocodilidan.
encountered what this thing is.
Okay,
There is
No,
someone
I
that
know
might
what
know
it
though.
is. I know what it is.
hold on. Misted's going to gesture.
Nomad
and
does
going
not
to-
know what it is, but Daniel knows what it is.
Yeah, I'm sure Daniel does. But yeah, so
Uh,
Misted's going to gesture to the giant ass drag marks and explain, based on what she can tell, this thing is very large, obviously a predator, and has no trouble navigating in the bog.
Nomad would kind of look down at the tracks and then say, "Yes, well, it did not attack us. If it had gone to attack us, I believe we would have seen it and been able to respond appropriately."
Yeah, I knew of it the entire night, but it was going away from us, so I figured best not to disturb it. If it had started coming the other way, towards us, then things would have had to have happened. But it was going away. Didn't see any issue with it. Considering someone had said turtles.
Misted is very visibly uncomfies. Because, Misted's still definitely worried about this, even though the rest of the party does not appear to be.
Actually, now that she brings it up, can Turtle look for? I mean, can Tiro look for turtle carcasses?
Can Turtle look for turtle carcasses?
Yep.
Oh, Lord.
Just a quick look around. You do notice that there are shattered bits of shell scattered about the nearest embankment.
Tiro will just grab Mist's attention and be like, "Well, I guess you're right about a turtle," and point to the.
Turtle! Misted is very sad. She likes turtles.
Nomad would kind of just be like staring at you guys and say, "We should get back to the cart and
To be
continue."
honest, I thought you were gonna ask, "What is a turtle?"
Yeah, that's
Nomad would kind of just look at Tyrell and say, "I'm aware of some things."
Nomad has seen turtles. Nomad like turtles.
Turtle's good.
A nomad is indifferent to turtles.
Turtle
Well,
is
in different.
I mean,
currently
okay.
digesting.
To be fair, literally session 1, you guys met a fucking turtle.
I
I'm
feel like
just
that's a totally
Pretty
different case.
sure. Oh, sorry, session 0, you all met a turtle. Like, I'm pretty sure that you guys are aware of what a turtle would be.
Yes.
No.
Nomad, during the time spent in Delhi Ixnam, did at the very least look up the basics of what kind of creatures exist in the world. So
Yeah.
he knows a lot of very basic stuff. But esoteric things like resting bitch face, he's got no fucking clue.
Yeah.
Well,
So, anything else?
Yeah, Misted's going to very sadly look at the body of water and think to herself about how this is a positively big waste of fish because she can't eat them, because she can't get in the water, and trudge her way back to the cart.
Okay.
And going to relay to the couple of party members that did not come to check it out what they found.
And hearing the description, Trenla just kind of stops for a moment and, huh, yeah, crocolisk.
Who's it? What's it?
Crocolisk.
Is it terribly aggressive?
It's the reason I sleep in a tree.
Hearing the name Nomad recognize from his brief readings at the archive what this thing was.
Give an intelligence check.
Just flat intelligence.
Flat intelligence to remember. Or to see what you remember.
18.
They are native to Deepmire. They are 6-legged, very large, crocodile-like creatures that have 2 sets of eyes. One set that looks straight forward and another set that look out to the sides and towards the rear. And yeah, they can grow to be about 15 to 17 feet long. They are not typically just openly aggressive, but they are opportunistic hunters. If something happens to be in their vicinity that they can quickly attack it and consume it, they will. So if something stumbles upon their territory and doesn't notice them, they will lie in wait until they get just close enough and then will attack. But
Nomad would kind of.
yeah, they typically don't go out of their way
Yeah.
searching for something to attack.
Nomad would think about this and say, well, as long as we're vigilant, we shouldn't have to worry. And then sort of just slowly turn towards the cart and like, let's get going motion.
Trenla already hopped on top. She's ready to go. And Galzik is in the wagon. Pinegrove has the imprint of a toad on his forehead.
Does his... Hold on.
There are no additional features onto his face.
I just want to say So what you're saying is that he's got sort of a wet red, uh, he's got this imprinted on his forehead.
Basically, yeah.
He looks ridiculous.
Yep. But doesn't seem to notice, and no one seems to mention anything. Just gonna notice and okay. Yeah. So you all hopping off to continue your journey?
Mm-hmm.
Off we get. Misted's going to very sadly munch on her rations.
All right. And as you all mount up and get going, I would assume it is Misted and Tyrrell, or Misted and Trenla again. Sorry. That
Yep.
is driving. All right. Would you like to roll separately or with advantage?
We'll roll separately.
Well, that works. So a 15 and a 23. All right. And as you go on, you now have breached past what looks to be the last of this tree line, and now looks to be a rather soggy, muddy land bridge connecting from the mainland to this seeming island that is a little bit off the coast. And as you go along, though, you do see like there's small collections and clusters of trees and whatnot that are extending out from the sides. And now you start to kind of get the sense of what Trenla does. As she goes along, she seems to be looking at the trees themselves, and the roots that seem to pass underneath this land bridge seem to tense up and just get just a little bit more sturdy as you all seem to go over. You don't seem to sink in the mud.
I want you to know, Misted is actively keeping her eyeballs open for anything remotely crocolisk shaped.
But as the journey throughout the day into the evening comes, you make your way all the way across the land bridge. It was not as fast paced as you're used to, but given the current situation of the path of travel, kind of makes sense. So it was taking a little bit of a slower pace.
Question. About where do we arrive?
As nightfall overtakes you, you have made it all the way here.
Awesome. Stepping out of the cart and having passed over that land bridge, thinking on the maps that he's seen of Anaru and thinking of their current location, Nomad is going to open his inner eye once again and try and detect approximately what direction the other closer orb is. Ah. So, not in Bleakmore.
It seems to be more to your east, but does seem to be on this landmass.
Yes. Nomad would ponder this for a moment, and then sort of would, before settling in for the evening, first of all, sort of investigate the area that we seem to have stopped in to see if there are any definitive crocolisk marks.
Make a perception check.
16.
As you look around, you see what might have been one from a while ago, but looking around, you don't see anything that would warrant like a nest or a particular sitting ground where they would wait for prey to come along. And just now that you're kind of aware of what you're looking for and you kind of scanned, you don't see anything that would represent a crocolisk being there.
Having determined that, Nomad would, before everybody gets settled for the evening, call everybody together. Mainly Tyrrell and Elbreg he would be looking to talk to.
All right.
Okay.
Idiot.
So Nomad would sort of get your guys' attention and say, Tyrrell, Elbreg,
Yes.
I believe I have a stronger lead on where the next orb is. It's not in Bleakmore.
Where do you think it is?
Nomad would kind of like look at the road leading to Bleakmore and then just turn basically 90 degrees and he's looking directly east. It's roughly in that direction. I don't think it's too far. Maybe some number of miles, perhaps a dozen, perhaps 2 dozen, but it is within the confines of Deepmire.
Hmm.
He would kind of look back at the cart and say, let's head to Bleakmore first. We can't really take the cart with us into the bog.
Yeah, seems like a wise choice.
I can agree to this.
All right. So you're all bunkering down for the night.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Trunla once again finds another tree, turns into a snake, crawls her way up, changes back, and proceeds to try and get comfortable.
Before fully turning in for the night, as a last evening interaction, Nomad would go to Galzik and ask, this plant you're looking for? Do you have any idea of where in Deepmire it may be?
And you see him just kind of pull out the paper that Yuri had given him. Well, it's called bogweed. It's used in preparing healing potions, and it's typically found here in the deep mire, under the water at the base of trees.
Nomad
That's
would kind
all
of
I have.
Nomad would kind of look around at the immediate area to see if there are any trees that have their roots submerged.
Give a perception check.
9.
There's trees, but for the simplistic sake of trees with their what would seem to be submerged, there's a collection of a few here and there. About maybe 45 feet east of you, there's one particular rather large looking tree that is submerged at the base into what looks to be a rather large pool of very murky water.
Man, Nomad would see that, but think it's probably best not to try and investigate that. So he would say, well, I believe Trinla is quite versed in plants. Perhaps she can help you find some come morning.
see him just nodding. I'm apparently going to need a lot. My training is likely to be rather painful.
Wait, oh, this is the Dragonborn battle?
Hmm.
Nomad would kind of just like take that and like think about it for a second and say, well, hopefully you can find more than enough.
As do I. Now, should we turn in?
Nomad would nod and once again find a nice flat, dry rock or stump.
Mm.
And failing that, just crisscross applesauce.
All right. And who will be taking first watch?
Do we just want to do the same order as last night?
All
All
right.
right.
So the order would have been Elbrig and Nomad. If Nomad wants to roll with advantage again.
18, 23.
All right. As you all begin to bed down for the night, and you have Nomad and Elbrig kind of patrolling about and keeping eyes open, you do notice that Trenla seems to be more alert up in her little perch. And as the night goes on, you hear the distinct sounds of sloshing, squishing steps. Not seeming to approach, but seemingly just meandering around the area.
How close do they sound?
Probably about 30 feet away.
Nomad would definitely turn to look.
Alright.
Don't sense the right thing at all.
As you turn to look, you see a humanoid figure seemingly just walking through the swamp.
Is Elbrick see this too, or is it just Nomad?
Yeah, Elbrick can see this too.
Hmm.
What does the figure look like in general shape? We can't see it.
So it's 30 feet away, so it would be well within the range of Nomad's vision.
Mm-hmm.
How does this individual look?
Not good. In fact,
How
it
about
seems to be having chunks missing from them.
Oh boy.
how about its eyes?
Doesn't seem to have any.
Nomad would. Is it just one?
Yeah, this is the only one you can see for right now.
Nomad would be at the ready, but would not make a fuss as long as it does not seem to be approaching.
No. In fact, it seems to be going directly towards that tree you had seen earlier, and seems to sink into the water, all the way down to what looks to be maybe his shoulders, and then seems to mess around with something for a bit, then stops, turns around, and slowly walks back out of the water, and now has something in their hands.
Do I see what it is?
Looks to be some kind of viney weed.
Does it look like the picture that Galzik showed me?
Yeah.
Nomad is very nonplussed. He would glance up at Trinla,
She's awake. And she's
and he would
watching.
sort of, and he would say quietly, but enough so that Elbrig and perhaps Trinla could hear if she's listening. Why would an undead be gathering a weed used in healing potions.
Whatever master it has, probably. I mean, or if it has master. I've heard rumors that the undead have been doing exactly this, going out and grabbing things while then waiting for anyone who tries to engage them. So I'm guessing they're bringing it back to someone or something.
You, Trinla does hear you, and you see her kind of just lean over and don't make too much noise. Dead though they may be, easily startled they are.
Nomad would nod and would remain vigilant and ready to fucking chop this thing to pieces if it gets aggressive, but would not make any moves to go to attack it.
And as you kind of, are becoming a little bit more vigilant, you start to hear the sound of like 4 or 5 others sloshing about. And each one of them either has this plant in their hands or is seemingly wandering about looking for it.
Once they have it, what direction do they travel?
They seem to be traveling somewhere towards east-northeast.
East northeast.
Yeah, you know,
So not directly east.
no. But it is oddly familiar in the location of what you were sensing. But as you are all kind of keeping on guard and watching this all, Trenda just leans over again. Bogweed is not just for healing potions. It is medicinal in other ways. It can be used to restore a life once lost, in some cases. But for now, let us worry about that tomorrow. And
Nomad doesn't say anything. He's just on guard.
she just kind of leans back and, don't worry, they do not attack. It is very weird, but they have never seemed to attack anyone. In fact, they prefer to run. They just wander about, gathering plants, and return to wherever they go. And that seems to be it.
Nomad would relax a little, but he's definitely going to remain looking at these things.
Yeah. But yeah, the rest of the evening passes, and nothing else really of note happens. You see a few more here and there pop up, look around, and then go about their way.
I assume that when Misted comes on watch and sees them, she is disgusted.
Very much so.
And as
And when
for
Tyrell
second
gets on
watch,
shift, yeah.
What'd you say?
for second watch would be Misted and Nomad.
Mm-hmm.
Separate or together?
Together.
Together?
Together.
All right, who's rolling?
What's your perception bonus?
Plus,
3.
+3.
Mine's +5. Do we want to take a chance at my shit luck?
Cat eyes, go!
Oh! What do I see with my special eyes? All right,
Roll with advantage.
Yes, awaken.
Also, you're cutting out.
I told you. Issues.
But yeah, you notice the same thing. It's just every now and again there's just a zombie that wanders. In fact, one actually gets pretty close to the camp and then sees everyone and just kind of like slowly turns around and walks away. But yeah, they just seem to be wandering about, gathering up plants and various other things. One, in fact, seems to have what looks to be a rock. Yeah, it's just carrying a random rock.
Damn it. You're not supposed to make Misted want a pet zombie. Stop it. He looks so happy with his little rock.
It doesn't look like anything at all. It's just a zombie.
He's holding a
A
rock.
Just a random, completely randomly, it has a rock.
It just has a rock.
Again, that's so cute. He has a rock.
Is the rock, like, does it have any property that marks it, or is it just, like, straight up rock?
You don't know. It just looks like a rock.
I'm declaring war on a rock.
You're declaring war on over a rock.
No, not over a rock, on a rock.
What the fuck?
I'm making an Iraq war joke. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible. But aside from that, nothing really else of notice aside from the zombie with a rock. Yeah. The rest of the evening passes through, and that brings us to Tyrol and Nomad. Do you want to do it separate or together? Because you both have +3.
Yeah, I'll do it. Tyrell, you better do the other one. Nomad has
Don't
stopped
worry,
caring.
you're gonna twin again. Okay, no twinning. A 4 and a 16. I'm so proud of you.
Nomad, like, after second watch, realizing these things wouldn't do anything, completely lost interest in just reading a book.
Yeah, Nomad was just watching them all do their thing and just saw the one with the rock and just went, yeah, I'm done here. But yeah, more of the same. They don't seem to ever stop, but they just seem to be just going about gathering for whatever reason. And despite typically the idea of undead just kind of being loud and noisy, these ones don't really make much noise. Like, there's no like gasping, wheezing sounds from them. They're just quietly just shuffling through the mud and the muck, and yeah, the night falls and night passes. The next morning greets you all. And at that, we will take a short 10-minute break or 5-minute break. Up to you guys.
10-minute break.
You guys want to take a 10?
Yeah, 10 is enough for me to do a quickie.
Oh my.
Oh god.
I bought a platypus.
That is, again, bad segues. Bad segues.
Oh no. It was intentional. From some
Alright.
previous commentary.
I will see you guys all here in 10 minutes.
All right.
I have 101 bug jokes, the book here.
All right.
Yes, as one does.
Also, the wife did not, in fact, kill me. After
I'm glad.
discovering that if she had rolled slightly higher, she would have seen that one of the zombies was carrying a turtle.
Hmm.
Was the turtle in distress?
Did not.
I don't know.
Don't know, but honestly, probably wouldn't have seemed to be.
Turtle was hitching a ride.
Hitching a ride.
The morning greets you all, and as you all begin to go about your day, what are you doing?
Nomad would kind of glance around to see if there are any stragglers from the procession last night.
Make a perception check.
$14.
Looking around in the immediate vicinity, like around you, you don't really see anything. But kind of like looking a little bit further beyond the most closest tree line, you do see that there's one or two that seem to be trudging about.
In the light of day, do that tree with the murky water at its base, anything significant about it?
This would be a regular tree.
Okay. Nomad would, in that case, just figure it's best to get to Bleakmore as fast as possible so that we can put the cart away and start investigating the swamp on foot.
All right. Do you all agree?
Yes.
All right. And Elbrig?
He may be deceased.
Oh no, Elbrig was taken by the zombies.
Oh no, they
I
picked
mean,
him
he
up.
is little, so maybe they mistook him for a rock.
Oh, eat a dick.
Yeah. You okay with saddling up and making your way to Bleakmore?
Yep.
All right. Misted?
Yeah, I think Misted's pretty good to go. Too sad that there were no turtles here,
I mean,
but Misted's good to go.
probably not anymore.
Listen, as far as Misted could tell, there were no turtles.
Probably not anymore, but you know. So,
God damn it.
anyways, everyone saddles up and go off on the road again.
On the road again.
The wagon be hitched.
Hee-haw!
All right. Would you like to roll with advantage or roll separate again?
Roll separate again.
She's too busy looking for turtles to look at anything else.
Honestly.
Oh, don't worry, Trinley got this.
She found the turtles?
She found something.
Give me just a moment. There we go. Now it was being weird and not showing me anyone's rolls. But yeah, you guys sit on the road and Trinla has had her conversation with the various plants. And once again, you see that as you progress onward, that the road that would typically be sunken into mud and muck seems to be a little bit more reinforced by the roots and whatnot of the various trees and plants. So it is a bit rough, but not sinking into the mud kind of ride. And a bit of a faster pace has been taken up. And it's about, I'd say it's about 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning when you all set off. By about 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you arrive at the gates of Bleakmore, which, as you all approach, you see that it is a not really a fortress type of town, but it does have walls made of stick and branch and tree. So very well wood fortified wall, and the gate leading in seems to be shut.
Is there anybody on top of the wall?
Make a perception check. Looking around and kind of listening, you don't hear or see anyone at the top or seemingly moving around, but you do notice that there is a larger number of the undead seemingly wandering about, though they seem to be staying away from the walls.
Is there no living person visible anywhere around the walls themselves or the gate?
Does not seem to be.
And are the gates openable from the outside, or are they just shut?
Looks to be requires somebody to open from the inside.
Albert just speaks up and goes, "Hail, town!"
No response.
All right, something's wrong.
Uh, let's see. How high are the walls?
The walls are probably about 15, 20 feet tall.
Oh, so not that tall.
I look over at our new companion. Can you take a bird's eye view? Can you do that?
Are you
Emphasis on bird.
referring to Trendla being able to shapeshift?
Mm-hmm.
Flying is not something I can do yet, but I
Fair
can
enough.
climb.
Nomad would already sort of have gotten out of the cart and is sort of walking towards the wall. What kind of wall is it?
Uh, it is completely made of wood,
Oh,
but has like spiked tops. Sort of like imagine if you had just felled an entire tree, sharpened
yeah,
the top of
yeah.
it, and sunk it into
I
the
I
ground.
know the kind you're talking about.
Yeah,
So it's it is a wall, but it's closer to a fence than like a stone and mortar wall.
but it's also
That's
very
because in a mile
close
they would
tight.
What's
sink.
the gate made out of?
The gate seems to be made out of metal.
Uh, is it like one piece or is it like banded and barred?
So the actual way the gate looks is two large doors, meeting in the middle, and it looks like there is something on the back on the inside that would possibly allow for the doors to be unlocked and opened from the
Well,
inside. So,
before attempting to break in, Nomad is going to walk up to the gates, get one of his big heavy metal fists, and knock loudly. Bam! Bam! Bam!
you hear it echo throughout the area. A few moments pass. A few more moments. No response.
Um, let's see. Nomad is going to cast Mage Hand
Okay.
and is going to attempt to have the hand go behind the door and sort of feel out the mechanism.
What? You can't feel with man's hand.
And also, I believe you would need to have a rough understanding or line of sight of the back of the door.
Spectral floating hand appears at a point you choose within range. Hand lasts for the duration until you must dismiss it again in action. Hand vanishes if never more than 30 feet away from you. If you cast a spell again, you can use your action to control a hand. Can use the hand to manipulate an object, open an unlocked door or container, stow or retrieve an item from an open container, or pour out the contents of a vial. You can move the hand up to 30 times each time you use it. Use the hand can't attack, activate magic items or carry more than 10 pounds.
Yeah, but
So you still need to direct the hand.
Pushing. Does the door open inwards or outwards?
from where you guys are currently standing, it opens out towards you. It does not seem to open in. It opens
Nomad
out.
would attempt to use the mage hand to pull the doors open.
It's locked.
From the back of the cart.
Is
Nomad,
there an
let's
actual
just have.
lock, or does it seem to be barred?
Can't really tell from here.
Well, is there a lock on the gate that Nomad can see?
Doesn't seem to be a lock. Doesn't seem to be any place for like a key or anything.
Do the doors move at all?
I mean, they shudder a little bit, but that's about it.
Miss, can you like hop over or climb over real quick? Nomad's kind of banging his head against the door, almost literally.
I'm sorry, did you
Out
say
there.
Misty?
I didn't know Miss as the lady I was talking to.
Okay, okay.
Trinla just kind of. Would you like me to try and make my way over?
Yes, please. He's almost quite literally banging his head against the door.
He's not.
It kind of is, but it's all right. She just
As far as you guys can tell, Nomad is now just standing still, but there is a ghastly dark hand sort of just floating around, molesting the top of the door.
Oh, yeah.
And this is the reason why Elbrick said what he said. I know you're not physically banging your head against the door. I get that.
He's running out of options. Chenlan just kind of. I can do that. Misted.
Please and thank you.
I might need a hand if you don't mind climbing with me.
Misted's gonna hop along.
And you see as she approaches the wall, you see her kind of like press her ear against it and just listen for a bit. Sorry, I'm shifting over to these. Yeah, nah, doesn't hear anything. And she just kind of, all right, up we go. And you see her, once again, that cloud seems to form around her. And as it disperses, she has taken the form of that very large snake once again. And begins to make her way up rather slowly, but meticulously makes her way up the side of the wall and climbs over, well, slithers over onto the top.
While she does that, Elbrick is on top of Samson, gets out and goes next to Nomad and like pokes him in the shoulder.
Misted go.
Hey, Nomad,
Misty go up.
Misted go up.
Nomad would turn to Elbrick and say, yes?
why does your mage hand look like that?
So Nomad's mage hand, now that you're looking at it, specifically, it's somewhat translucent, but it's this dark. It's very barely translucent. It is basically incredibly dark gray, and every so often you can see little streaks of purple lightning shooting throughout it. It may remind you of something, but you can't put your finger on what.
I can't remember. I wasn't there for any of that.
Fair enough.
So again, poke you and say, hey, what does your hand look like?
Nomad would just bring the hand down to in front of you so you can look at it, and it looks like a hand.
They say,
A little bit.
why does it look like that?
Nomad would kind of just like look at you blankly and say, it is simply a basic spell, I believe.
I realize it's a basic spell. I have a spell myself, but normally when someone casts it, it comes out, and I quickly cast it myself, and it's just an ethereal purple hand, and I have it put next to yours. You see the difference?
Nomad kind of looks at it and says, perhaps it is due to the difference in the origins of our power.
So it's because you were made by someone.
Nomad kind of thinks about this and says, perhaps.
Because that does not look like a nice hand. Vaguely creepy.
You're getting the blank stare again.
I'm just like pat your arm, like it's like okay, never mind.
All right.
Thing walks down some back over there.
And as Misted with her 30 feet of climbing speed, you very easily, very quickly just climb up the side and over the top.
It takes you like 3 seconds.
Yeah. And as you reach the top, you see that there is a mechanism at the top which looks to be controlled by a crank lever. And there happens to be 2 of them. And of course, Trinla is now on the other side, has returned to her regular form. And just is looking out over the town. And that's not good. And runs over to one of those mechanisms and begins turning it.
Do I see specifically why she's saying not good?
Yes, you do.
What do I see that is not so good, Mr. DM man?
Town's empty.
Neato. I'm gonna follow her panic. And I'm also going to start turning it.
All right. And as the 2 of them begin to turn these gears and levers, you hear the distinct metallic sound. As it seems that these bars have been pulled free, and the doors slowly open with the sound of chains clicking. And as they come full rest, you all look in and see through this fog and bits of cloud of bugs and the overall dankness of the swamp, the town is still. The town is silent and seems to be completely empty.
Does it look damaged at all, or does it seem like people have simply packed up and left?
Can't really tell from here.
Yeah,
And,
Mr. is going to want to investigate these.
and before they go further in anything, is there any like maybe smell on the air or anything like that? Besides maybe the bog.
It's, swamp.
You mainly just smell the silt and salt of the swamp.
Smells like peat.
The only noise that seems to even permeate the stagnant silence is just the typical chirping of bugs and the grunts and hisses of the local fauna. But aside from that, nothing. Just this eerie stillness.
Nomad would kind of walk in. He would be guiding the horses by the reins in.
Alright, so you all
And
enter in and regroup.
Turn around, run away. Stop saying we're not doing this. Okay.
Looking around, Nomad would kind of say, I was under the impression that there were townspeople.
fact, let me give you a better visual.
Oh boy.
As you enter in through the gates and look immediately to your right, you do see what looks to be the remains of possibly a structure once, but that the others seem to be in decent condition, but that all the doors seem to have been ripped off.
I look at Tyrol. I just asked this as a general question to everyone. Does anyone have any ability to detect things, magic, creatures, or something?
Nomad would sort of just kind of turn to Elbrig and say, I'm afraid I sense. Well, since
Just
the
a very
last time I've checked, I don't think anything has changed. What I can sense are. Well, I've told you. Mainly what you're holding. Nomad would kind of look around for a post to tie the horses to.
and anyone else? I get he can sense the other orb. Anyone else have any abilities, spells, where you know if something's in the area? Terrell, you're a planar hunter. Surely there's something that lets you.
The only thing I can really sense for would be a portal and aberrations, but
Do it, do it. I mean, anything is better than nothing. I'd rather know that they're not there than have it as a possibility.
Tira will just kind of give you a look and try.
You don't sense any. In fact, you don't sense anything.
I just relay that to you. I don't sense anything. More than likely, they're gone because of all those carts we saw. They fled.
True, but seeing now that there's not a portal, I'm not gonna run those weird,
I would assume
creepy
that
slick things.
I can find a location to tie the horses down and.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, right there.
Yep. On the outside of what used to be a building, it looks like.
Nomad would kind of look around and turn to everybody and say, "Should we investigate the buildings?"
Yeah. Mr. definitely
And,
wants
Right,
can we
Nomad
just
would
like call out real
start
quick?
walking from where he tied down the carts towards this one.
Okay.
As Nomad is doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and use minor illusion. Oh, yeah, there. You can create a sound evolving from range from a whisper to a scream. It could be your own voice or someone else's. I'm just gonna have a really loud "Hey!" come out, just like loud as I possibly can. Have a "Hey" ring out, just to see if it draws anything out before we get into tight quarters.
Who would be listening for a response?
I mean, I'm definitely going to be listening, mostly because Elbrig would have startled me with the holler.
All right. For those
I
who would
mean,
be listening, roll a perception check.
17.
What do I hear with my furry ears?
Oh, perception.
24.
I got a
Elbrig
9.
doesn't do shit.
Elbrig is still a little bit too nervous to like really hear anything.
Elbrig does not even hear birds in the skies. Go
But
chirp chirp.
Nomad,
I don't think there are birds around here.
Nomad, you don't hear anything either. You don't see anything. Misted.
Mm-hmm.
You hear with your amazing radar ears. You hear the very slight sound of something further up, further ahead, and it was very
You,
quick, very subtle, and then came to a stop.
so it was a shuffle wuffle?
Very quick shuffle.
Very quick shuffle.
Nomad is peering into this building.
All right.
So I hear it further ahead of us, like as in ahead of where me and Nomad are currently walking.
Where are you walking to?
I mean, I'm following Nomad at this point in time, just kind of checking buildings behind him. Well, not behind him, but in his area. I don't want to be too far away from him.
Well, that's what you see inside the building, Nomad. But yes, it seems to be further up the road from where you guys currently are.
Sort of like in.
Uh,
So the house is basically in disarray. Things have been Does it look as if it's been ransacked?
Uh, give an investigation check.
Oh boy. 14.
It doesn't look like anything of value was taken, but it does seem like something very quickly burst in and made a point of seemingly chasing something down.
Now, I have a question. Nomad, did you go inside the building or were you just looking inside?
Just look. Uh, to investigate, he probably would have walked inside.
I mean, this is just being able to like kind of like fully focus on inside the building and just like look at the clues around.
Yeah, he would have gone inside and then like
Yeah, you
after.
see various like broken pottery and you know some minor knickknacks that still seem to be
So it
left
looks
alone.
as if perhaps something got chased in here, was chased around, and while the chase was going on, things got broken.
Hmm.
Misted is going to be quietly stepping up to the door and popping her head inside while Nomad's doing his little investigation.
You would actually be doing that right as Nomad is about to walk out. Then
Okay, that works. Um, and Misted is going to stop him at the door. Um, I don't, I don't think this town is as empty as it looks. I, when Elbrick shouted just now, I did hear something. I don't know what it was, but it was a quick shuffle, just a little further ahead of us. I mean, it could have been an animal, but I think it's worth looking into very quietly.
Nomad kind of looks at you blankly and then down at his new heavy armor that he's wearing, and then back up to you. Takes one step, and it's just this very loud, audible
Crunch.
and then just looks at and is just looking at you blankly like
Also, Tyrell,
Um, Oh, I have a question.
Yes.
you would also be aware that Bleakmore is where one of the Planar Hunter guilds is housed.
Oh.
Um,
Then I'd start looking around to see if I can't notice it anywhere.
Give me a perception check.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Looking further down the road, you see that there are more buildings. There's one to your left, one to your right, but further down the road, you see one particular building that looks like part of the roof has been caved in,
Mm-hmm.
but that it does in fact have one of the now tattered banners of the Planar Hunters.
All right. I'd let the others know that I see the essentially guild hall here and start heading down that way.
All right.
um,
I'm gonna stand right here in the center, and I've got my
was
lantern
Mystic
in my
going
hand.
to ask Nomad something?
well, Misted is going to, after after Nomad has made it very plain that he is not sneaking anywhere, Misted's going to hold up a finger because hold that thought, and Misted is going to scurry back to the nearest party mate, which would be hang on.
Albrecht.
Yeah, Elbrig. So Misted is going to scurry back to Elbrig and inform him that in fact there was something that happened based on his yell. They are not by themselves here.
All right.
And
Uh,
where's Trinla?
she
There.
is up in the doorway of one of the other
Nomad has sort
buildings.
of trudged over there.
Trudged over to
Where Trinla is, yes.
okay. So you're gonna go tell. And then did I see Tyrrell go?
Yeah. He even informed you all that he was going.
Because we didn't warn Tyrrell.
But
Because I mean, is he gone, like full out of vision gone?
He is making his way due north.
Due north. This man says.
Tyrrell's right there.
Hold on, I have to zoom out on the map.
He's all the way up.
he's at the tippity top.
Misted's gonna do the thing where her voice very quietly appears right behind this man's head and scare the pants off of him. And let him know that in fact they are not alone.
Tippity toppity, get off my property.
Alright.
Yeah, Tira wouldn't be scared of it since he's used to Rissiri by now.
That's fair.
And just kind of nod my head and continue going towards the guild hall.
Okay. Misted is also going to try and creep a little closer to try and look.
To
This house looked like it's in the same state as the other one.
exact same state. Just there's also actually, hang on. I'm gonna see. Okay. Yeah,
No.
Trenla kind of is looking around, and she's knelt down and is like feeling the wood. And you see her just quickly get up and begin walking out. And she even like brushes past you to get out.
Mm-hmm. Nomad would stand aside. And would just kind of follow her to see where she's going.
She proceeds to then walk over here.
Yep. That's what I figured.
Yep. And begins to look around. And
Excuse me, sir.
this used to be a tavern. As she so blankly says. And yes, ma'am.
Misted's gonna scoot towards the source of the noise. If they haven't figured out I want to go investigate it by now, then they don't understand Misted very well.
Then Trenla goes looking through again, and again quietly is just feeling the walls, feeling the ground, and noticing what she keeps touching. They look to be claw marks.
Ah, there are claw marks.
Mm-hmm. And seems to have been claw marks in each one of these buildings, where the doors seem to have been busted down.
Do they appear to be claw marks resembling, say, a reptile? A large one with 6 legs?
Possibly
A heck
of
and chunker?
sorts. But these also seem to go up the wall.
Hey.
Ooh.
Mm.
They got the zoomies.
And you see Trenla just quickly, once again, leave and chases after the group.
Nomad would also continue. Is Elbert just gonna be standing right there?
Elbrig's
I'm
By
standing
himself?
right here in the center of town where I can see everything coming at me.
Elbrig's just chilling. Alright, but Elbrig, do you follow them?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay here just by me and Samson, but I'm gonna be like back. I literally just walked away from the last person.
Alright, so everyone's moving up. Alright.
Seems like it.
And that would be Tyrrell heading over to here. And Trenla continuing to investigate the other buildings, with Galzik quietly falling behind, seemingly to be on his guard. And Misted's radar earring, you heard it come from somewhere over here.
Somewhere where? Ping it again.
Seemed to be somewhere in this area.
Okay.
Or at least that's what it kind of sounded like. It was in that direction.
Do you want an investigation check to see if I notice anything disturbed?
I mean, looking around, it's all mud, stone. But yeah, go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Perception. 21.
You notice something's on the ground.
What do I see on the ground?
You notice that there's something on the ground about over here, which is
Out of where?
a little bit of a right there.
Okay.
Which is a little bit of a like a small pool of like swamp water, but it appears to be white and made of stone. Whatever it is.
Misted gotta go looky see.
As you get closer, you take a better look at it. It looks to be a statue's hand.
Like it looks like it's in the ground.
There's bits of like rubble and like pebbles and whatnot near it, but yeah, it looks like it's just a stone hand, like seemingly from a statue.
I want to touch it. I won't pick it up.
All right. Made of stone. It's pretty heavy. It's a hand.
Mister's just gonna look around. And I really don't see anything that could have made that noise.
As Nomad goes trudging up to another building, your ears pick up another slight sound from the building he's at.
Oh, no, Misted must run.
So Nomad's like basically trudging from this building over here. It's like dum, 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 dum.
What would I have heard the sound by the time he got to the door, or as he was walking up to it?
When he got to the door is when you heard it again.
Ah. Nomad goes, boom.
Misted say, "Hey, wait."
And Nomad, as you're looking in, you don't see anything out of the ordinary.
Remembering that there were marks on the walls as well,
Hey.
he's going to look up.
Do you look up?
He does.
All right. Who else is with you?
Well, Misted would have been walking up to him, but I don't know if Misted would have been able to catch him by the time he opened or went in the door.
Did you go in?
Are you just leaning in the door frame?
He is standing outside the door, looking in.
Looking up, you don't see anything. At least nothing out of the ordinary. Just the typical beams and rafters holding up the roof. But you do see that there is a lot of carnage and destruction inside this building as well.
Do I see any? I know you said it was mucky. Do I see any freshly tracked, like, muck or anything
Give an
going through the door?
investigation check.
So you walk up as Nomad is sort of just peering in.
21.
And he's
All right. Taking aside the knowledge that Nomad has also been tracking some heavy footprints, you do notice something specifically leading into this building. You notice what appears to be 3 separate humanoid sets of footprints.
Before, I know we said Nomad was looking in the building. He hasn't gone in. Misted's going to very lightly grab his shoulder.
Nomad was actually turning around to go to another building as you do this.
Misted's gonna catch him and point at the ground.
Nomad would see the footprints.
They don't seem very large.
No, but they're definitely fresh muck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nomad would look back up and nod, and then is Elbrig over here? Is he looking at us?
Yeah, he's constantly looking between everyone.
Nomad would catch Elbrig's attention and just silently point to the building and then sort of make a sweeping get everybody to come over here quietly expression.
Tyrell,
Or hand movement, rather.
Yes.
are you joining them there as well?
Where are they in proximity to me?
We are approximately almost 100 feet away from you.
As you made a beeline straight for the building that had the Planar Hunters banner on it.
Do I notice them, like, does it just seem like they're going to buildings?
For the most part, but Nomad specifically has tried to get Elbrig's attention and is, like, motioning for people to come over to where they are.
If he motions to me, then yes, I'll join, but if not, I'm continuing towards the hall.
Alright, so Nomad, did you motion to Tyrell?
He made the hand motion of he held his arm out wide and then sort of gestured across to the entire town, including the party, and then sort of pulled it back towards him like, everybody come here.
So then would that be a yes, Tyrell?
It is up to Tyrell's interpretation.
What did he do? He held his arm out in like a big...
He made a
faction.
wide gesture towards everyone and then pulled come here kind of gesture.
Yeah, I guess Tyrell would sidetrack his...
Get all your shit together in one place.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, Tyrell would listen to it.
Alright. And these two as well would make their way over.
Meanwhile, Misted is still very intently listening to the building.
Okay. Elbrick? Would you also be making your way over? Okay.
Right there.
Alright.
Right.
So
as everybody is gathered, Nomad would kind of look at Misted and then down at the tracks.
Misted's gonna motion like she's gonna look in and up because we don't see anything immediately in the building, right?
No.
So Misted's gonna motion that she's gonna try and look in very stealthily, right?
Nomad would step
gesture.
aside and allow you to, but would have his shield out and is ready to jump in.
Yeah, Misted's got the claws flexy-wexied.
Alright. So you're going up to the door?
Trying to do it very quietly, yeah. Trying to essentially be very sneaky little bandit.
Alright. And you're just standing outside the door, you're not stepping in, right?
No, she's leaning in, but her feet aren't going in the door frame, if that's what you mean.
Alright. Make a perception check with disadvantage, because you're technically at a really bad angle. As the doorway is only 6.5 feet tall, so you kinda gotta stoop and
That makes me really sad. Perfectly good roll wasted. Alright, 11.
With 11?
11 was the disadvantage, yeah.
Yeah, no. Just like with him, you don't see anything out of the ordinary.
It's gonna lean back in and shake her head.
Roof, rafters,
Or lean back.
disheveled
Nomad
building.
would turn to the rest of them and point to himself and then towards the door and take a step inside.
Alright. And as you go inside, you kind of following the footprints, they seem to lead to the other side of the room, over to here. All right. Anyone else joining him inside?
Yeah, Misted would follow behind because at least big scary Iron Man will protect me.
All right.
So they lead to this bed.
Mhm.
Nomad's going to sort of get down on one knee and then lean over and look under the bed.
Misted is fully ready for if anything reaches out. Misted is gonna throw paws.
All right. Albrig, Tyrrell, are you guys joining them inside?
Yeah. Tyrrell would.
All right. And Elbrig?
Right there.
Just right there? All right.
Him and Samson are guarding that door.
Give me just one moment.
No moments.
Where is it? There.
Work, gain, trust, brain.
Okay. So Nomad, as you lean in and down and begin trying to look underneath the bed, you are met with the eyes of 3 smaller individuals. Each one of them appears to have reddish orange skin and the slight formation of horns on their head. Very similar to one of your companions.
Nomad would kind of just stare at them for a second and then say, "Greetings."
Oh, damn it.
And with that, Tyrrell, I need
Yes.
you to make either an athletics or an acrobatics. Your choice.
All right. No.
So, as Nomad has leaned forward and loudly says, "Greetings," what you all suddenly hear is the sound of the rafters shifting as a
No?
tail swings down and grabs a hold of Tyrrell.
Oh, that's right behind Misted, and she definitely wasn't looking at poor Tyrrell.
Mm.
I assume this is very audible.
And as it grabs a hold of him, a very loud thump emanates as the tail and the rest of this creature's body begins to coil around him, accompanied by a very audible hissing sound,
Hell no.
and then the sound of 2 blades being drawn. And forgive me, I do not have a token for this, as I've been pretty indisposed. So, for the time being, we will just use our imagination that there is something there with Tyrrell, and has begun to wind itself around him.
Nomad will whip around and stand up. What is Nomad looking at?
All right. On a side note, Tyrrell, you are currently restrained.
Okay. That's fine.
And
Is it making skin-to-skin contact?
hang on. I need to...
Hey, you gotta pay extra for that.
Hang on. I need to roll something
It's like
real
50
quick.
gold pieces at least, okay?
Skin contact with Tyrrell is a little more expensive than gold. It is quite possibly your life.
Is it
Just
though?
depends on who does it.
And
I don't know.
Tyrrell,
I feel like.
you also take 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ouch.
Okay.
And as you whip around and everyone else just kind of like turns to look, what you all see is a rather large male Naga that now has produced what looks to be very flimsy, not well made knives and is holding them to Tyrol with his entire lower body wrapped around
As sort of like a hostage.
him. And he doesn't seem to say anything. He's just holding his position.
I
Nomad would
assume,
kind of stare at this for another second and say, "Greetings."
I assume in all of the hubbub, we have no idea what's under the bed because Nomad is the only one that saw it, and all we got out of him was greetings.
Mm-hmm.
Misted is conflicted.
Nomad would kind of like, if this guy is not saying anything, would just say, "We mean no harm. Would you please release our companion?"
And you see him just kind of stop for a moment, and it's the oddest thing. He seems to be looking at all of you, but doesn't seem to be looking at you.
What do his eyes look like?
His eyes are completely white and cloudy.
He's blind.
But he paused,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like he's not currently trying to stab the man, he's just holding him.
Nomad would kind of look around and say, look around at his party and back to the Naga and say, "You do you speak common?"
And you see the Naga just kind of stop and like tilt his head. It seems this whole time he's been listening very carefully. Yes, of course I can speak. I just wanted to know where all of you were first. Have you not done
Nomad.
enough?
What does he say?
Have you not done enough?
Nomad kind of pauses at that and says, "I'm unsure what you mean. We've only just arrived in town."
Quick pause for a moment. I am assuming that based on Nomad's body language, he does not appear to be afraid of whatever he saw under the bed.
No,
Yeah, because backs
he
to it and he's close
he
enough
he
to
is
judge.
he was in a combat stance when entering, but now it seems like he is completely relaxed.
Misted is
He doesn't seem like he's about to fall asleep, but he doesn't seem as if it does not look like he wants to fight.
yeah, he's still wary, but he's not like ready to like beat the snot out of something behind him or in front of him.
No, no. Although it's
Mist
kind of
is,
hard to tell because having
you
been
know,
in combat with this guy for a few times, that weapon just kind of appears. There's no drawing of that weapon. It just happens.
fair. But if Misted does not, or if he does not seem to be afraid of what's under the bed, and he said greetings, and this Naga's not actively trying to murder us, but he definitely is not friendly right this moment. Misted's gonna want to look under the bed.
You see
So
3 tieflings hiding under the
They
bed underneath a trap door.
under a trap door.
It looks to be a hollowed out piece underneath the bed that has a slight door that they can open and close, and you see 3 pairs of eyes. They look to be probably somewhere around 14 or 15.
I just need confirmation
3 tieflings.
that they can very easily get out of this. It appears.
Yes.
Misted is going to look up from the floor, up at Mr. Nagaman. Does he look like he's going to actively shank that man?
He is in a prime position to do so, and as Tyrrell is restrained and is slowly being constricted.
Misted's gonna stand back up. She's not gonna reach for the kids.
Okay.
Nomad is going to, if the Naga does not respond to him saying that we only just arrived, is going to wait another couple seconds and then say, I will have to request that you release our friend.
And you see him again, like, he can't. It's obvious that he's blind. But again, like, he's turning his head and, like, seeming to pick up every little sound. Like, he is on high alert. And you see him just kind of stop for a moment and then kind of tilt his head towards Trenla, whose eyes have also kind of gone this faint, strange white color, but seems to be staring at him. And a few moments pass, and you see the coils unwind around Tyrrell, which comes to a great relief to you, Tyrrell, because that was literally constricting your bones. And there were several pops.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. You don't have anything broken, but you're going to feel real sore.
It's like a visit to the chiropractor, man. It's all good.
Yeah, I said that, or I had a really nice chiropractor visit.
Yeah.
Oh.
But then you see the Naga just kind of like loosens the grip, but still kind of is on edge. Like the blades are still kind of like pointed towards Tyrrell.
Misted is going to be a little defensive, hovery around the foot of the bed.
Nomad is going to kind of glance at this exchange that he can probably infer has occurred between Trinla and the Naga.
And you see
And
her
sort of
eyes return to normal. And she just kind of puts a hand out of steady. And you see the Naga then fully releases Tyrrell and slithers over to the side of the bed and then just kind of blocks between you guys and the bed.
Nomad will absolutely take steps backwards.
Hang on. Are you talking like the whole ass around the bed? Because
Yes.
Misted's selecting the foot. So I mean,
yes, he is
not
literally making himself a wall between you and them.
Yeah, Nomad basically
Misted.
gets he kind of infers what's going on here and takes a step back and allows the Naga to get in between him and the bed.
Misted's gonna do it because Nomad did it, but Misted doesn't like it.
So if you are not them, what has brought you here? Naga's just asking you all.
Nomad pauses for a second and says, we are here in Deepmire on a mission. Our business lies deeper within the swamp, but we were hoping to leave our carts and horses here, as, well, bringing them with us would not be wise. We didn't know that the town was, for the most part, deserted.
Deserted? No. Destroyed. Ransacked. Stolen.
Destroyed by them?
Yes, forgive me. I cannot tell you what they look like, but I know the sound. The sound of claws digging at stone, and the laughter. Something small, one very large, one that was light-footed, one that was seemingly dragging scale and stone, and the last was of great heavy metal.
Nomad kind of glances down at himself and then back up and says, I don't know if you'll believe me, but I have never been here before. It was not me.
You see him just kind of like stop for a moment and leans down towards the bed. And waits for a moment and nods. You do not sound like the one that they said. So, I believe you. And at that, he moves the tail away from the bed, and crawling out from underneath, you see 3 tieflings. Again, they're about 14 to 15 years old, and all look to be the same age. There are 2 girls and 1 boy.
They look overly terrified of us.
They look absolutely horrified of you.
Oh no.
Not necessarily of you, but possibly of just panic.
Yeah, they look scared, but not in particular of any particular individual in the room, just in general.
They're looking at Nomad with a touch of concern, and also they seem to notice Galzik, and have another touch of like a little bit of concern.
Nomad would kind of think for a moment and then say, the other townsfolk. We, on our travels here, saw numerous cart tracks leaving. Did they evacuate?
No, they were taken
When did this happen?
a few days ago, maybe a week. I've been looking after the triplets ever since. We seem to have been spared by the one of metal. I guess
So
it
you're the
would
only
be no
ones left?
use to take one that is blind.
So the 4 of you are alone?
Yes.
Misted at this point is going to set her little foofy woofy butt down and kind of rummage to try and dig out some of the rations out of her little pack.
Do you still have that object you picked up outside?
I sure do.
Yeah, the kids noticed that.
They seem terribly uncomfortable with it.
Yep.
That'd be a perception check to notice whether or not that's the item they're uncomfortable with or the me.
Insight.
Beep, 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 beep.
It is clearly the object.
Gonna make a face. I'm gonna eat that motherfucker. It has been yoked.
Alright. And as you throw it out, you hear it kind of slightly shatter. And noticing where it went, you see that there was bone on the end of it.
Oh no! Did the children react?
About the same as usual.
Okay,
Nomad would kind of.
are they more horrified by me now, or are they less horrified?
About the same.
Nomad would be thinking and would turn to Tyrrell. And would actually walk over to Tyrrell.
Yes.
From what they've said, it doesn't sound like the Slicks. Which is concerning for other reasons.
Well, there's a possibility that the undead issue isn't actually caused by slicks.
Based on what we saw in the swamps, I don't believe they are. But the attack on the town, based on the behavior that we've seen from them so far, I don't believe.
You mean the bone crushing one?
Nomad's going to pause for a second and then decide to ignore and say, I don't believe the group that attacked this town were the Slicks.
Mr. is going to attempt
After
to.
all, they don't take prisoners.
Well, that we know of, we also didn't think that slicks could take over sea creatures at the time.
I'm going to attempt to feed the children.
The children and I am making a face, attempting to figure out how to hand this Naga man rations without scaring him, but also not, like, being overly loud because scared children in life. I don't want to be loud.
Yeah, they all look to be about teenage age.
Teenagers are still kids.
Yeah.
Misted loves kids.
The larger of the three appears to be the male, the young boy, and is kind of like protecting the other two, like standing between everyone else and them.
Yeah,
And
if it's very
the
obvious,
Naga's between all of you and them, but he kind of like reaches out.
the Naga or the older
The boy.
Okay, well, Misted is going to very firmly set some food in his hand. Enough for the three kids.
He immediately turns around and like starts handing it to his sisters.
And is going to out loud ask the Naga if he is hungry and what is his name.
And then you see the Naga just kind of like listens to the children munching, and then seems to relax a little bit more. I will be fine. They need food more than I do. I am Rava.
Well, I would say I'm glad to meet you, but I really wish it were under better circumstances.
As do we all. And he just kind of like turns towards the three and like motions towards them. Motions towards the two girls. This is Pix and Pex. In the bigger one is Pax.
Perfection.
Whoever named these kids is a sociopath.
Pix,
No, I'm about
Pax, Pex.
I'm about it.
Nomad does not say it, but Daniel thinks it. Fuck people who name their kids super similarly, so it's impossible to tell them apart.
I'm about it.
Stab a person who tries to do that. With a spoon.
The rusty spoon.
Why a spoon, cousin?
It's dull, you twit. It'll hurt more.
Thank
yeah.
you.
You're welcome.
Classic.
But yes, he introduces himself and introduces the children as Pix, Pax, and Pex.
Well, Misted's going to give a happy little grin, trying to show the kiddos that in fact she's not the big scary monster.
She's kind of big.
Well, yeah, but she's not a monster. She's not the bad people.
Nomad is thinking, does he know, based on his knowledge of specifically the courier, if there's any way to call her?
Not that Nomad would know. Tiro, however, might.
Yeah. Nomad would be thinking, and then turn to Tyrell and ask, do you know if there's any way we can send a message, perhaps to Abcassus or to Ixtabanus?
I mean, there's probably plenty of different ways. It depends on how fast you need it there. And depends on if we're able to reach Klee.
Is there a way to reach Klee?
Would a Tyrell know of a way to reach Klee?
Make an intelligence check.
Alright.
Godspeed.
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
Just flat intelligence?
Flat intelligence.
Oh, wow.
Nothing really comes
It
to
went
mind.
to 18 and bounced off. Alright.
Nothing really comes to mind. She just seems to appear whenever she gets there.
Yeah, pretty much. I
Is
don't know of
is
a way
the
to get
lady
a hold of her at the moment. Wasn't really shown that part. A lot of the older members seem to know it.
Nomad would turn to Trinla. Did Trinla overhear our conversation?
Yes.
He just sort of looks at her with that blank expression, but from context clues, pretty much anyone looking can tell it's a please tell me you know.
How to summon Klee.
Mhm. He doesn't say it, but his body language speaks volumes.
Let's see if I can't remember what her modifiers are. 16 plus. Yep. That's a 17. And she kind of just looks around and. Oh, you need me to summon Klee?
If you can, then we could inform the Blood Onyx of this.
I should probably do this outside then. Excuse me. And proceeds to then step outside.
Nomad would turn back to what did he say his name was? The Naga?
Rava.
Rava. Would turn and say, "It is. I am glad that at the very least you remain here to have met us. I am Nomad. Are there any other details about the attack you could tell us?
And you
If
see the
we are
children are still kind of munching with Pax, who appears to be the boy. Steps up and the lady in the big armor. She saw us, but then walked away. That's all
Nomad
he really
would
says.
Nomad would nod and say, when the courier arrives, any details that you can provide will assist the Blood Onyx further in identifying those responsible.
And you see Rava just kind of like run. Once we heard the noises, the screaming, I took them and hid them here. We didn't interact too much. I listened.
Nomad would nod and say, well, at the very least, we can inform them that this happened.
Mm.
Perhaps once we have finished our business in the swamp, we can take you with us to somewhere safer.
And you see him just kind of look over and. As long as my children and I stay together, I'm fine.
My mic
Nomad
is
would
muted. Yes.
Can you not?
Nomad would turn to the rest of the party and say, well, let us conclude our business in the swamps as quickly as possible. After we send the message, of course. We'll leave the cart and supplies here. And then he'll turn to Rava and the children and say, we have many supplies. I believe I speak on all of our behalves when I say that you are welcome to use what you need.
Albrecht, Tyrrell.
Tiro would kind of begrudgingly nod his head a little bit. And just say, yeah.
Elbrig.
Oh no, he got taken by the zombies again.
Then I can think of those zombies again.
Oh, now it answers. Apparently, he just got
Course.
accused of being taken by zombies.
I knew it too. I knew that he would respond if I said it.
Looks like the zombies got him again.
No.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold up my lantern and begin to channel power into it. I'm gonna hold a believe it is. Yes, I'm holding a chill touch for the first enemy I see.
Is it just me, or his mic like sound like it's coming through several layers of cotton?
You know the first to say that. Let me unplug and replug.
I mean, it does sound a bit muffled, but
Test them 1 2 1 2. Do I sound any better?
much better. Thank you.
Yeah, a little.
Alright.
If I were to buy you a microphone and have it sent to you via Amazon, would you use it?
Yeah, why would I not?
Yeah, because that mic you're using is a little
A little bit war worn.
Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear, Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't very fuzzy wuzzy. But your mic sure as hell is.
But yeah, so as you're outside, you see Trenla has taken up residence and has, as Daniel likes to say, sat down crisscross applesauce. Epithoth. And has begun to seemingly just focus for a bit. And then she pulls out this strange, pulls out from her pack, she pulls out this strange, slightly glowing flower. And it's very much alien in its appearance. It does not at all look like it belongs here. But you see her then, kind of pass it over between her fingers and then crushes it. And just molds it into her hands. And then you hear the very specific incantation that she speaks before letting the flower go of Eroclita Raphaelis Amalgafana Luna Strider.
If you need it spelled, we can give it to you.
And she releases it. And then stands up and proceeds to then try and look around to see if there's anything else to be found. About 5 more minutes pass. And you feel this very strange wind begin to blow. And just as quickly as the wind picks up, you hear this very sudden and very prominent thud and a skid. And as you look out the door, you see Klee.
Hearing this, Nomad would go outside and turn to Trinla and say, "Thank you." And then turn to Klee and say, "We need to send a missive to the military of Venaru."
I'm sorry. Uh, as she has arrived,
Don't be sorry.
give me just about 5 minute break.
Yeah. Take as much time as you need, man.
Yep. All right, I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
yes.
Yes.
Ah, I finally found it.
As you all are going in and about, Klee does arrive, but seems a little bit off. Like she's not really there. And she addresses and, hey, Nomad, and um, everyone, I think.
Uh, Nomad would say, "Greetings, lady. We need to send a letter regarding an attack on the town of Bleakmore to most likely Ixtabonus."
Hmm, Um, well, I'm over in Orbix, but I'll get it when I can.
Nomad would nod and say, "I appreciate it."
Oh, actually, I think Oris is still here somewhere. I can relay it to her.
No, Nomad would say, "Ah, even better. Uh, we have arrived in Bleakmore today to find the town mostly deserted after having been attacked and ransacked by a group of unknown assailants. We do not at this time believe them to be affiliated with the Slicks, but they destroyed most of the town and we believe captured and brought most of the townsfolk with them. I'm afraid other details are rather scant, as the only witnesses were attempting to hide while the attack was going on.
And you see her kind of like look around, and she actually does wander into the building and addresses Rava and the triplets. And she seems very glad that they are all safe, and specifically asks Rava for his hearing of what he heard. And Rava explains, the same thing he explained to you all, that he heard one that was very small, one that was very large, one that was light of foot, one that had the sound of scale and stone dragging, and the last one was of very heavy metal, or seemed to be encased in some kind of very heavy armor, but spoke with a gentle feminine voice. But that aside from that, there was the sound of claws against stone and mud, and that they seemed to have some kind of creatures with them. That's, as the screams died down, stillness and silence overtook the town. And that he refers to them as his children, uh, were seeming to hide here. He waited up in the rafters, and the woman in the heavy armor seemed to step into the building that they were all hiding in, seemingly saw the children, and then promptly turned around and walked away. And that is the extent of what he was able to sense, hear, and relay. And Klee makes note of all of this and asks the triplets if they had seen anything of particular note on, like, say, their armor or their outfits, uniforms, anything. And Pix, who is one of the girls, speaks up and mentions that there was the head of a goat on some kind of symbol. And this is audible to Tyrrell, Misted, Galzik, possibly Elbrig, and Nomad if you had followed Klee in. But she writes down all her, you know, all the information she can, which looks to be spectral paper, and then looks around. Is there anything else? I can't really do much from here. And looks to be addressing the lot of you.
Okay, yeah, I've got to listen.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I was muted.
Albert says he's got nothing.
Sorry.
Nomad would say, once we have finished our business in the Deep Mire, we intend to bring these four back with us. At the very least, as far as Grape. At the very least, as far as Ashstone.
Okay. And Rava kind of just is sitting there, no longer like really like defending between you and the children, but is seemingly like slithering about and like listening. And Galzik has listened to all of this and hasn't really said anything, but is just kind of soaking it all in. But yeah, anything else? Tyrell, any questions?
Not currently.
Alright.
Nope.
No comments to her or anything?
None that can come to mind at the moment.
Alright. And Clee looks around and, alright, I'll get this message. And she turns to Rava and the triplets and, please just stay safe, you four. And then turns and steps out of the building and immediately seems to vanish into the wind. Alright, so what are you doing?
What time of day is it?
This point is probably somewhere around like 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Nomad would kind of ponder for a second, and then turn and sort of gather everyone, including the refugees, and say, "Well, our mission does not appear to be as time sensitive as I initially feared, as the undead, which I previously thought might have been the Slicks, are most certainly not. Let us find a way to make some form of fortified camp. Perhaps board up one of the buildings here, and in the morning we can set out on our mission."
And you see Rava kind of slows forward and, well, the undead, they do not enter into the town at all. The various creatures tend to stay away as well. So fortifications aren't really necessary. Our biggest fear is that whatever that group with the goat's head as a symbol might return, but I doubt it. They did not seem interested in a blind snake and 3 small children.
Nomad would nod. And sort of turn to the rest of the group, sort of like waiting to see what if they have anything to say, other than,
Well, I mean, I definitely would hate to be out in the swamp trying to investigate in the pitch black. So I do agree we should definitely rest here.
Oh yeah, nope. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm not going out into the swamp in the middle of the night. Nope, not gonna do it.
Alright. So you're all gonna stay in town for the remainder of the day and into the next morning?
well, the zombies haven't taken Albert, but they've certainly taken his mic quality.
Man.
It'll be fine.
Maybe.
But as you decide to stay in the town, the triplets all seem to stand up, and Pex, who is the other girl, just kind of, I know a really good spot, and takes off running towards the guild hall.
Now that things have calmed down, Misted wants to go investigate the thing she chucked.
Okay. You go back to find it, and yeah, it's a stone hand with what looks to be bone sticking out of it. Also seemingly made of stone.
That's fun.
Oh yes, the stone.
Stone bone.
Funeral was going to start heading off towards the guild hall then.
Okay. And the other two of the triplets are following after, seemingly enamored by the idea of seeing another tiefling.
Can would it be terribly Gucci, cash money of me to identify on the thing to see if it was affected by magic or if it legit just is a stone that also happens to have bones that are also stone?
I'm not entirely sure on the capabilities of the identify spell, or if that would
No,
be able to. Yeah, I don't
that
think
would
would
not
do.
work.
I think that would just tell you whether something was magical or not.
Identify. You choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If it is a magic item or some other magic-imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use and how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it.
That's
This
one of
item itself does not count as a magical object. It perhaps was a different object which has been transmuted to stone by an effect that could be considered supernatural, but Identify would not pick up on that.
Okay. So unless it itself held any magical power, I would not be able to tell.
Yeah.
But
I'm
you
going to
can
say,
make a medicine check.
yeah, medicine or nature, probably. I'm going to say anybody could reasonably sort of suss that out if they made a high enough roll.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
So
medicine
which
or
would you
nature,
prefer?
your choice.
Okay. Do nature because that's plus 5. Doesn't matter.
It's really off-putting.
It really is.
You don't really want to think too much on it, but you're getting the
Yeah.
vibe.
Yucky vibes be yucky.
Hmm.
And on that note, I'm gonna leave it right the fuck there, and I'm gonna go find out what the kiddos are doing.
Alright.
And off I pad.
You would be going to the building that Tyrell was going to enter.
Indeed.
Over there, you're in the darkness now.
I know we have leftovers out. We have leftovers out.
Thank you.
Or you can eat chips.
Pitches, Mom.
Hedge's mom has got it going on.
Yeah.
As you
Just started
step
thinking
into
that.
that building,
Yes,
That's hilarious.
The,
Hello, everybody.
it was Mariah.
Oh, I love her.
Love you too, Mom.
She
You better tell her.
tell.
as you step into the guild hall, it is completely torn to ruins. One thing that does stick out to you, though, it's really off-putting, but it seems to have been in disarray, but has since been put back together in a sense. Like, it seems the children have had enough time to kind of like build their own like little fortress, as it were, from the various tables and whatnot that have been shattered and broken. Is anyone else heading to the guild hall?
Is how many people are heading to the guild hall already though?
I think Tyrell said you were heading to the guild hall, right?
Yep, I'm headed there.
All right. So Tyrell would be there. Trenla would also be joining you there. Galzik. So it would be you and Nomad still standing out there.
Nope. Guild hall.
Yeah,
Guild
if
hall.
everybody else is going, Nomad would also be heading over.
Alright.
Although, if Rava was, on his own, Nomad would walk with him.
I don't know. Rava seems to very easily make his way over to the guild hall.
Awesome.
It seems that he grew up here. But as you all enter, Tyrell, you've been in a decent number of Planar Hunter Guild halls.
Ye-
This one is rather hastily built, but seems to serve the function far more than fashion.
Mhm.
Which you are quite used to the concept, as the Planar Hunters is not a glamorous job, but is more for the function as for what they do. It is meant to exist and function. That's it. It's not supposed to look pretty.
Mhm.
In this sense, this was really hastily built, but seemed to serve its purpose.
All right, I got you.
One thing that you do notice looking over, though, is a humanoid-like shape in the corner.
Okay. Uh, which corner?
It would be further towards this area over here.
All right, I get a little bit closer and investigate it.
Right. The first thing
Investigation check.
that,
Order.
yeah, the first thing you would notice that it is indeed humanoid shaped,
Mhm.
but that it also looks to be a statue.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead and roll your investigation.
Wah, 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 wah.
Oh,
1 + 1. Wonderful.
yes.
Aside from the obvious of that it looks to be a statue, there's just something off about it. And you can't really think of what, but there is one thing that does stick out to you.
Mm-hmm.
There's an emblem on the shoulder.
Okay.
The same one you're wearing.
Mm.
Is Nomad, or does Nomad see Tyrell looking at this statue?
I mean, quite obvious, yeah.
Nomad would sort of wander over and look.
Okay.
+3 investigation, go! 18.
This statue seemed to be not a statue.
Would
As,
Nomad, based on the things that he read of various creatures and their abilities at the archive, be able to put 2 and 2 together here?
possibly, but the one thing that would come to Nomad's mind of this is Any sculptor, would take great joy in their art. No one ever sculpts a statue in fear.
Nomad
This
is going.
looks to very much be recoiling in some kind of fear and seems to be missing part of the face.
Nomad is going to say, "Oh dear, I don't believe this is truly a statue."
I mean, it looks a little odd, but I don't see why they wouldn't register as a statue.
Nomad, give me. Ooh.
Nature, perhaps? Arcana? Intelligence?
Arcana.
Wisdom? Insight? Arcana? Okay.
And you will be rolling with advantage
Okay,
as
good.
Trinla has made her way. Oh, Jesus Christ.
14.
Okay. This is petrification.
Would Nomad know whether. Well, no. I don't think Nomad would put that together. Nomad would say, I believe this is actually a person who has been petrified.
As Tyrell looks over more, would that kind of become more apparent?
Yep. As he says it, you kind of look at it and you start realizing the facial feature that you can still see of the half of the head that still remains. You also notice that one of the hands is missing, but that from where the hand was removed, there seems to be bone jutting out.
Ow.
Yeah, good job, Misted. You smashed this dude's hand.
Listen, Misted was real unnerved because the kids were unnerved.
But yes, it does appear that this was a planar hunter that seems to have been petrified and then wounded to a point where even if you were to undo this effect, they would be dead.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, that's uncomfy.
But that this
All right.
individual seemed to have been human.
Okay. Tyrell will just kind of continue looking through the guild hall.
You do actually come across the armory.
Oh, fun. Is
Mhm.
anything in there?
You find two more half-destroyed petrified statues,
Mm.
and opened up crates of various now damaged weapons and armor and like leathers and whatnot, as well as a couple of cases of crossbow bolts and arrows.
All right, I'd take the cases of arrows and bolts.
Right? That would be you would find about 100 arrows and about 150 bolts. And
Carol
as
has a problem.
and as far as the actual weapons go, most of them seem to have been bent, broken, or otherwise damaged. And you find a few usable like knives, some short swords, so nothing really of too much value. You find the occasional shield here and there, but as you travel further through the hall, through the guild hall, you do come across more bits of stone that seem to have been shattered off of pieces, just here and there scattered about. It looks like whatever came in here and did this specifically was targeting them to kill them, as it seemed that they were the main primary threat. But aside from that, not too much else of note or value.
All right. As Tyrell's going around, he will be taking down notes in a sense,
Mhm.
writing a report essentially.
But it does indeed seem that who or whatever attacked the guild hall in particular specifically knew to more often just kill than just to seem to abduct,
Mm-hmm.
especially when it came to the planar hunters. In fact, you do actually end up finding the office where the guild master would be, and see just the remains of whatever this individual was shattered across the floor.
All right. Tyrell would take a bit of time to look around the like his office and see if he can't find anything worth noting.
Give me an investigation check. All right, a 20. Very nice.
Dirty one, but it's a 20.
We got there though. That actually unlocks quite a bit.
Started from the bottom.
So the
Quite literally.
desk is kind of in disarray,
Mhm.
but you do see specifically in the corner where the where it looks to be the lore master was staying or was working. You know from your time there as a planar hunter, you know that the guild master is more of the one to give the orders and do whatnot, but the lore master is where all the good information is kept. And as you go searching around and looking through the various papers and whatnot, you find several things of interest. One of which is reports regarding the activity of the undead in the area, dated for several months or throughout several months of observation and study by the Necromantic
Okay, is
Affairs.
he a robot or am I?
Yeah, neither of you to me.
Yeah. But specifically for Necromantic Affairs,
Mhm.
they deemed that the undead were non-hostile, but were seemingly under the effect of a necromantic spell. But that any attempts to locate this individual or these individuals has come up empty-handed, as any attempt to follow the undead into the swamp is met with them seemingly going beneath the water and then not resurfacing until they're on their way back out. They don't really have a means to follow them that way.
Hmm.
There are further reports. Excuse me. There are further reports as well regarding the current implications of the local fauna and flora. That there have been reports that some of the individuals gone out to collect supplies or what have you have seemed to come under attack by the very plant life itself during some of these investigations. That
Hmm.
the actual notation for this report was requesting for those of the Feywild, or the Fey hunting, or dream hunting, sorry, that the dream hunting division be sent in for possible overlap that have left something from the dream wilds here. Other than that,
Mhm.
they were seeking out the head of aberrations, basically, over in Upcassis, who was known to be a dryad, to ask for her understanding of what could possibly be causing these things and what these things are, but so far seems to not have an answer. But that caution when traveling through the swamp is highly advised.
Mm.
Aside from that, there is another notation of a report given from what looks to be a local that went off deeper into the deep mire to seemingly look for a new fishing hole or something to get more of the food and whatnot. That reported that they had seen a ruined tower far to the east that looked a bit off, but was seemingly crumbling into dust. But that it gave off a really weird sensation and that they were spooked out by the presence of more of the zombies. But that it was a potential point of interest and provided a rough sketch of a map leading to it. But that they are waiting for word from the heads before launching a full necromantic affairs investigation into it. That,
All right.
still waiting behind red tape and paperwork, basically.
Yeah.
Another thing that you do see is a picture, a sketch of what appears to be these plant-like creatures. One of which looks to be rather small and looks to be made of branches, but it seems slightly humanoid. Very much not, but slightly humanoid. And another one seems to be a living thorn bush. And aside from that, as you kind of dig further down because you hit that 20, you do find one other thing. You find a report of harassment. This harassment report was based off maybe a week ago, maybe a week and a half, of a strange individual that has been deemed to be a goblin that was making a large fuss and ruckus and just making a lot of noise throughout the town that no one had really seen this individual before, but that they seemed to be saying things and shouting things that were making everyone uncomfortable and seemingly counting people. Like, specifically
Mm.
was counting people out loud
Mm-hmm.
and then passing over some and including others. And that this individual did in fact have an emblem on them of the tunic or tabard that they were wearing. And I'm pretty sure at this point you are well aware of what that image would be.
Mm-hmm.
It is the head of a ram on top of different angular polygons. And that they do not exactly have, full understanding of this and wish to keep it quiet. This is still in the report. They're looking to keep it quiet, but that this loud goblin individual seemed very keen on making it known that they were part of the branded ram. And that further investigation into this group must be done upon waiting upon request or approval. And at the bottom of this report, it was stating that, they are seeking out, any answers from the Sapphire Citadel, from the Archives of Aestor, and from the Annex itself.
Mm-hmm.
Regarding any information regarding the branded ram. And that is where the report ends. And aside from that, just the typical day-to-day reports. And, supply requests and whatnot.
All right. Tira will take just that entire report and keep it on him.
All right.
Anything else of worth or note?
Not really that catches your attention. A lot of it's been destroyed.
Okay.
But it seems that whoever did attack went for the people, not the materials.
Yeah.
So they destroyed a good portion of the guildmaster's desk, but didn't seem to be too keen on the idea that the lore master is the one that, keeps all the important information.
Yeah.
But that's what you've learned. That's all the reports you found.
All right. I will collect all of it and continue on looking for anything else of note in different rooms and all that.
Yeah, you find more of the same. Just shattered stone bodies and the occasional, little knick-knack here and there, not much value.
Okay. Eventually, once I'm done, I'll just regroup with everyone in the middle.
Alright. And of course, everyone is there with now. There was actually a chimney, fireplace involved or included in this, and the children have all gathered around and have begun the fire and have accumulated a good number of supplies of rations, food, and whatnot that they could gather from the various other houses and whatnot. And Rava has once again taken to making his way up and has taken a post above in the rafters yet again.
Okay.
It seems he is most comfortable up out of the way.
Yeah, Tiro will just take note of that and walk around whatever rafter he's on.
You
I
don't
think
want another
Nomad
run?
at this point would have found would have searched around enough to find a stool or chair that is in a good enough shape to hold his weight and would have uprighted it in a sitting.
Okay. Also, the triplets are rather fascinated with Samson.
Of course they are. Kids love dogs.
Mhm.
Adults love dogs. I love dogs.
Yes, the triplets are fawning and loving all over Samson. He is getting a lot of petting, a lot of scritches, and a lot of treats.
Oh no. He's becoming spoiled.
I mean, becoming.
Good point.
But you do see Galzik kind of go off into the corner and just seems to curl up and sit down and just seems to like rest against the wall. Trenla is still examining that one petrified body.
Oh, if I see her doing that, I'm just gonna, as I'm walking, I'm gonna tell her it's pretty much of no use because there's about a dozen scattered around the entire building.
And you see her just nodding. Actually, on that, she knows what did this.
Does she?
With a 24 for a nature check, yes, she does.
She very much knows what did this.
And as you, I'm going to assume Nomad is off in another corner somewhere.
Nomad is probably sitting like around here-ish.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty within earshot. And I'm gonna guess Tiro, you're up next to her now.
Yeah.
And she kind of is looking around and has examined a bunch of the other statues or the other petrified bodies. And you see her just kind of like looking around, thinking, pulls out her book and flips through a few pages, pulls her eyes to one particular page and shuts the book immediately. Literally grabs you by the hand and leads you over to like Nomad and Elbrick. Because Misted, I'm pretty sure, is currently occupied with the triplets.
Correct. Also, I finally managed to rejoin call.
Wonderful. But she leads you over to Nomad and Elbrig, and specifically is just like pulling you guys closer. And she still has a hold of your hand, like she's still holding your hand, and she's like, "No, no, no, come on, come on, no."
Wanna hold your hand.
Yeah.
I wanna hold your hand.
No. But she specifically is mentioning or motioning to Elbrig and Nomad.
Nomad would sort of stand up and walk over.
Elbrig.
The zombies.
It's always the zombies.
No, you just give him a minute. He'll be fine.
Nah, we'll be fine. Not a problem.
Yeah. So you all join around Trenla, and she opens up her book. And the page that it is on is the basilisk. And she begins to explain. They did not have claw marks. It could not have been cockatrice. And it could have been spell or potion. But even a potion would be only temporary. And a spell could be easily picked up and counterspelled. This was supernatural but natural. And she hands you guys to show you her bestiary and shows the page on basilisks or what she knows of them.
What all does she know about basilisks?
On the page, you guys do see that it refers to basilisks as being tameable from birth. But after, birth, they imprint. And what they imprint on is basically what they protect, what they would respond to. But that's, many higher levels of nobility and royalty and whatnot have used basilisks as seeming almost like guard dogs as a last resort. That they would be used to protect whatever they were set to guard. And that looking into the eyes of one would cause the affliction of petrification. That would turn the body to stone. And there is a way to reverse this effect, typically through magic. But she also defines that they have there are variants, but between 6 to 8 legs. They are rather decently sized. Some typically growing to be about the size of cows. But they are an armored hide and can burrow and typically prefer darker, underground locations, but can still function above ground. And,
Nomad would kind of read all this and say, well, now we know what turned these people to stone.
Yeah, Tyrell's just gonna pipe in and just say that, ask and kind of confirm that a basilisk, for it to be essentially like take orders, it has to be from birth.
You see, trying to look over and, well, yes, they lay eggs, and when the eggs hatch, the first thing that is seen is imprinted upon. When they're still very young, they don't have the power to petrify. So whatever they look at first is what they imprint on in what they view as their, protector and more like a mother. And that is who they will respond to and follow.
As she confirms that, Tyrell's just gonna kind of think for a minute and just kind of make one of those mumbling swears and just tell her that we have a little bit of a bigger issue then. And he'll start explaining that this wasn't so much a random her say like bandit group going in, more than likely the entire guild who was targeted die.
And you see her kind of look around, and you're right. I don't see anyone that doesn't. Well, no one left that doesn't have your guild emblem on it, huh?
I'll hand her that, since I know that she was a member. I'll hand her the report I found in the master's office and let her go through it and just ask her if she seems to discern anything I might have missed. But from the sounds of it, the
So you're handing her the reports you found?
mm-hmm.
Alright. That'll be another.
I just tell her from the sounds of it,
Okay. So in reading through that. And so getting to the part of the branded ram,
goblin.
she does not seem to have any real idea,
Mm-hmm.
as that name doesn't seem familiar to her. History check, so no. But that she had heard something about a particular group of not necessarily bandits, but black market traders that bear a small resemblance to this group that primarily focused on slave trade, but that she cannot confirm nor deny that this is this group. Just something that was hearsay.
All right.
When it comes to the creatures that were found out in the swamp, she is actually fully aware what these two defined things are. They're called blights.
Ah,
And from experience and understanding, plants in the natural world, she explains that what they are is a twisted, not really unholy, but unnatural sentience to the plant life of a particular area. More like when plants. So as plants grow, they take nutrients from the surrounding area. And when something of particular dark magic or infectious type of power seeps
Mm-hmm.
into the roots, sometimes they can twist into these blights, which there's many different kinds of them. And she even includes that, sometimes it grows things such as treants, or shambling mounds, or various other terrifying things. But that sometimes the plants gain slight sentience, more so than they already have, and uproot and begin to attack, sensing that their territory, whether founded or not, seems to be under attack by whoever comes by.
I feel this is an opportune time to share with you all a quote from possibly the wisest man I have the pleasure of knowing, my father. One time, my father told me, if trees had legs, we'd all be dead.
She is fully aware of what these things are. But that the two that are mentioned as being found here in the swamp are literally known as a twig blight and as a needle blight. Which would be, respectively, the small tree-like object given humanoidish form, and then the thorn bush-like creature also given form. Respectively.
Mm-hmm.
But that aside from that, she can't really discern anything else either.
Tyrol is just going to kind of think on a couple things that have been happening and kind of recall the words of they were walking around with a metal man or something that sounded like metal scraping,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of look at her and just ask, you used to be part of Gage's crew, right?
And you see her kind of look over and, unfortunately, yes.
Tyrol just kind of take a second and ask, did Gage ever sell automatons?
And you see her kind of look over and, he's homunculus. No. He is
Yeah.
far too proud of it. In fact, it wasn't actually a full set of armor either. The actual homunculus was hidden inside of it. It just was able to control the limbs. But it also needed a lot of airflow, so the head was left open. The actual homunculus was probably about a foot tall. And she literally holds her hands up and, yeah, it was rather small. So the giant suit of armor seemed to be what was protecting the homunculus inside.
Mm-hmm. And I just kind of ask her, "You're sure he didn't sell any? Because if possible, what the guy was describing could align with, the one he used to block the door the other day."
You see her kind of think on and, no. Gage was not a very good salesman.
More just a pain in the ass.
Very much so, yes. He was too proud and entitled. He would be far, far too proud to sell anything to anyone that might live here, of all places. Feeling it might be beneath him. Real charming type, isn't he?
Oh yes, about as charming as a brick.
Not as clever as
To
one,
the
too.
head. Repeatedly.
So, anything else?
No, upon answering all that, I'd probably take the report back and keep it tucked away for now, and
All right. So you guys all gonna call it a night there?
Yup.
Bunk down. All right. So as everyone kind of settles in for the night, with Rava still. Hello, train.
chains aside.
With Rava still up in the banisters and the rafters, you all settle in for the rest of the day and find yourselves finding sleep in the evening. And as the next morning greets you, what are you going to do?
Nomad would be up bright and early and be basically getting ready to head out on a march of unknown length into the swamps of Deepmire.
Alright. And as you're all coming to, Rava has returned, seemingly slipped out unnoticed, but is returning with what looks to be water and some more collections of food that he may have found elsewhere. But also distinctly has Trinla following him, as she also seems to be looking after him and kind of watching him. Yeah. Anything else that you guys want to do, or you just want to head on out there into the swamp.
That onion isn't going to find itself.
All right. Tyrell,
Yes.
you ready to head out?
Yep. Shrek isn't gonna find that booty without help.
Albrecht, I'm going to take that as a yes. And, all right.
The zombie got him.
You all get packed up, fed, eat your food that you can, and prepare to venture
Those
out
of us
into
who
the
do.
swamp. Yeah, those of you that do,
Yes.
and prepare to venture into the swamp, following Nomad's guidance of
Yep.
where to go. And as you all begin to make your way over, to the easternmost part of town. And that is where we will pick up next week.
Not creeping.
As your journey into the swamp begins, with all these threats now made clear.
With
No.
Nomad
A lot of
just
swamp ass.
yeah, no basically what's going on is Nomad is just trudging on directly as he can towards this sense that he has, and y'all are just following this dude going dum, 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 through a swamp.